80s went there outside the U.S. Consul General to express his dissatisfaction. So this shows people want to see this bill enacted. We speak for our people. I'm honored to speak on behalf of our people, and I support this bill. Once we complete this constitutional duty, and then we can focus on development and create a brighter future. Mr. Tang Fei.
Deputy President, I speak in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. This will address the national security loophole in Hong Kong, which lasted for 27 years. We have completed the scrutiny work of the bill in extraordinary speed. It shows the determination of the government and also the positive interplay between legislature and the executive branch. Members of the Legislative Council stood firm together in scrutinizing the bill so that Hong Kong can fulfill the obligation to uphold national security. At this historical moment, I'm honored to be here. We saw Occupy Central and the Mong Kok riot and black-clad violence. We are still traumatized by these events. Among the rioters, there were a large number of teachers and students, those with a conscience and who are patriotic in the education sector were saddened. Now, the national security risk exists. It is necessary to legislate for safeguarding national security. Legislation and education are the two pillars of national security. Now, we have a saying that we need to nurture morals in students. Now, patriotism is also a kind of moral we have to nurture. Now, there are also rules to be abided by. Now, the bill is based on the 528 decision as well as the Hong Kong National Security Law for Hong Kong to establish and improve the mechanism for safeguarding national security and plug any possible loophole. Now, we are making the net watertight. And also, the bill provides for schools to embellish the curriculum in terms of national security. We are educating the students to understand what the correct national security values are. With these requirements, we can ensure that young people will take it upon themselves to upholding national security. Now, to pass the bill as soon as possible, the government and the Legislative Council have moved in extraordinary speed, including calling for the Bills Committee and then gazetto of the bill. Now, today, we are resuming second reading debates for the bill. Now, this shows the determination of the government. The Legislative Council Bills Committee has been working over the weekend and late into the night so that the scrutiny work can be completed as soon as possible. Now, having scrutinized all the clauses, at the very same day, the Security Bureau introduced amendments. It shows how effective, how efficient our legislature and government are. Now, subject to the passage of the bill, we will reach an important milestone. We are laying a solid foundation for the sustained success of one country, two systems. And then in the future, the government can focus all its energy on improving the economy and add to the sense of gains of people. Thank you. Dr. Chow Man Kong, Deputy President, legislation for national security is a key part in legislation everywhere. Besides national defense and diplomacy and foreign affairs, national security laws are the major means to protect people's life, livelihood, and property. It is the son and heir to the prosperity of a jurisdiction. Beginning from this year, the Education University makes it a core subject for first-year students to learn national security. We educate students on the importance and necessity of national security from a historical perspective. Now, in the Safeguarding National Security Bill, now we are at the second reading and third reading stage. Like everyone in Hong Kong, I am emotional. Back in 1985, when the basic laws was being drafted, the drafting committee already consulted the public on legislation for Article 23. In 2003, because of external interference, infiltration, and incitement, the idea was despised by the public in Hong Kong. Now we are finally submitting our homework. We can live up to ourselves. Now I look forward to passing the bill, after which we can make good use of the measures stipulated in the law so that we can become the gatekeeper for the country's southern gateway. Me and my team have been paying attention to the remarks made by Western governments on Article 23. They smear that Hong Kong will lose its freedom will lose its many freedom as well as the rule of law. Now, however, if you look at the US, there are at least 21 pieces of legislation on national security, UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. They have a lot of national security laws. And Singapore, which we always make comparison with, they have 6. Now, compared with other jurisdictions, that legislation also carry extraterritorial effects. Now, in this bill, we only have extraterritorial effects for 2 parts of the bill. It is reasonable. We don't need them. We don't need Western countries to lecture us on this. Now, in other countries, they have very draconian laws on national security offenses, but they are smearing our efforts and asking us to abandon our efforts. It's like a battle, but they are asking us to lay down our arms so that they can attack us however they want. Now, the new China has been established for 75 years. We are not unlike the Qing dynasty, we are a strong country. Now, we need to legislate for Article 23 as soon as possible, and we have to ensure that the law is operable and also comprehensive. This is in line with the interests of everyone in Hong Kong. Now, at present, we only have the Hong Kong National Security Law, which only targets 4 kinds of offenses. Now, these offenses are scattered in offenses under the Crimes Ordinance and Criminal Procedures Ordinance. And also, these are offenses in relation to the conventional national security areas, but not cybersecurity and so on. If you look at the UK's National Security Act 2023 and also Information Security Act of the Canada, and also the US President's direction on data security, and also amendments to the National Security Law of Australia 2018, looking at these examples, you can see that the Western powers have already included elements of commerce, economy, and financial services into national security areas. They have also introduced sabotage of offense against public infrastructure. This is not limited to physical attacks, but also virtual attacks on computers and systems. Now, these are all relevant references to be made in legislating for our own law. Now, the Security Bureau and the DOJ have taken on board many suggestions made by the public, including Clause 28. State secrets include secrets concerning the economic and social development of Hong Kong and the country. And also there is the sabotage offense against attack on infrastructure. Now, in my opinion, our Safeguarding National Security Ordinance is in line with international standards, which can also protect the livelihood of people in Hong Kong as well as business in Hong Kong. I support the third reading of the bill. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. As many members said, This is one of the most important moments since the reunification with the country. Now, this is the last stretch of mile before we pass the Article 23. Now, I support the government in upholding its constitutional obligation, and I support second reading and third reading of the bill. The bill has finished scrutiny in a short period of time. It highlights the commitment shown by this term of the government. It also showcased that under the improved electoral system, the benefits brought about by the positive interplay between the executive and the legislative branch. Now, since right off the bat, the government has submitted a high-quality bill. They have also made tremendous contribution in scrutinizing the bill. Members of the Bills Committee have raised valid questions. Now, the Bills Committee has spent 50 hours on scrutinizing the bill so that the public can understand the contents, the policy intents, and the considerations behind the bill. After the gazette of the bill, the chief executive said we have to seize every moment in passing the bill as soon as possible. Now, in the past 2 months, we have seen external forces interfering with our internal affairs. The West has launched a smearing campaign from consulate general as well as chambers of commerce, even parliamentarians. They have been smearing our efforts. It shows that external threat is still there. National security risk is always here. There is urgency and necessity for the law. After passage of the bill today, the next step is to enhance the awareness of national security among the public. National security is the cornerstone of development and the premise for Hong Kong's success. We need the public to pool their efforts to uphold national security. In schools and in the community, we have to make sure that the people understand its importance, as well as the national security risk that Hong Kong is facing. We have to start from a young age. Young people must be educated on national affairs so that they take pride in their country. They have to know that they are the masters of their country. They have to nurture, they have to develop a sense of belonging to the country so that they will participate in the efforts to uphold national security. Writing on this historical moment, I would like to speak from the perspective of a father. I have a young child. The child was born in the second half of year 2019. That was the peak of the Black Clad violence. At the time, people were afraid. There were lots of negative reports on the media. From prenatal check and on the day of delivery, we were constantly in fear. As a novice father, I was very worried. When my family members flew to Hong Kong to see the baby, they were stranded in the airport. There were rioters everywhere in the airport. I can't forget those days, and I had personal experience on the importance of national security and its impact on my family. Now, with the passage of the bill, people in Hong Kong and in the country will be protected. Now we can focus on economic development and nurturing our youth. Thank you.
Ms. Judy Chen. Thank you, President. First of all, I feel honored to be able to be part of this historic moment today. I am in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I also thank the Hong Kong SAR government for showing resolve and working with the legislature so as to build a better Hong Kong so that the public aspirations can be met. Hong Kong is one of the important windows for our country to the world. Against geopolitical tensions happening at this moment, we face different complex challenges day in, day out. This shows the importance of ensuring stability and prosperity and safeguarding national security in Hong Kong. In order to make sure that one country, two systems can sail smoothly, we all need to work on the basic protections for people's livelihood and to ensure stability and prosperity. Black-clad violence in 2019 is a hard lesson for all. National security is of utmost importance in protecting our homes. Now, legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law is a constitutional duty of our government. We should also establish and improve the legal system and enforcement mechanism to plug national security loopholes so as to protect the national interests. Apart from protecting the sovereignty, national or territorial integrity, we also need to safeguard development interests of the country. For a long time since Hong Kong's return to the motherland, those with ulterior motive deploy different tactics to mislead our younger generation so that they have a distorted understanding of our country and there is disharmony in our society. Some young people were indoctrinated about within negative impressions of the country. We need to enhance publicity to instill the correct values in our younger generation. Now, with national security measures put in place, we can all educate our younger generation about safeguarding national security so that we can enhance the awareness of the younger generation on safeguarding national security. We should all work together to enhance public awareness and make sure that the correct understanding prevails in our society. We need to continue to raise the public's awareness on national security and enhance nationhood. That means different sectors of the community should all work together to make Hong Kong a safer and more stable place to ensure our safety as well as prosperity. Professor Priscilla Leung. President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I'm a member of the Basic Law Committee. I've also taught the Constitution and Basic Law in the City University of Hong Kong for 26 years. Let me explain the intention of Article 23 of the Basic Law. At the drafting stage, there were divergent views. Some were of the view that the national security law should directly apply to Hong Kong through Annex 3 of the Basic Law. Some other views suggested that local legislation should be enacted instead so that in light of challenges in court, it can be interpreted by way of local legislation. Hong Kong and Macau are the only exceptions as special administrative regions to enact local legislation as a region on national security. It shows that the central authorities have a high degree of trust in us. There is also great resolve for national security law to be put in place. The central authorities have actually waited for many years for this to happen, and we must cherish the chance. Article 23 of the Basic Law is in line with international human rights standards. Some say that it undermines human rights, but this is not true. For those familiar with international laws, International Covenants on Civil and Political Rights, Article 19 provides that that the rights and freedoms of an individual should be protected. But at the same time, in light of public order, public hygiene, and public moral, etc., suitable restrictions can be put in place. In 1984, the Judicial Committee promulgated the Syracuse Principles to further confirm the above principles. This legislative exercise is a good enactment that can protect the lives and property of our people. For those who have experienced the 2019 Black Hat clad violence, the Hong Kong became a lawless place because of lack of national security law. People risk their lives going to work and going to school. Now, the bill provides safeguards for international investors. Article 2 provides that one country, two systems should be the overarching principle, and the international confidence on civil and political rights, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights, should prevail. These are suitable human rights safeguards. I think this legislative exercise demonstrates the implementation of the comprehensive national security outlook put forward by President Xi. There is also a high degree of convergence, compatibility within Hong Kong national security law. Against a backdrop of advancement in technology, we have now established a legal system that can safeguard not only national security but international investments. The government has fulfilled its duty diligently. They have had regard to the views put forward by the community in the past 26 years. Now, I also put forward some suggestions. For example, in terms of the defense and extraterritorial effects, there should be, and as well as the catch-all provisions, I see that these suggestions have been incorporated in the bill. My fourth point is that this bill also entails an educational effect. Now, in Singapore, in 2021, the Anti-External Interference Act was passed. In UK. There was also a similar act, and also the Patriotic Act passed in the US. They are all much more stringent than our bill. Now, with the completion of this legislative exercise, we know where the lines are drawn, and this is good public education. In 2009, after national security legislation was enacted in Macau, 2009, nobody was ever prosecuted. Everybody knows the boundaries. This is also a historic moment. As Ding Xueqiang said, we should have enacted legislation on Article 23 of the Basic Law much earlier. It's been 26 years. It's a major national security loophole. We must not continue to drag on our feet. Today, we are going to pass the bill. Not only should we enact this piece of legislation, we should do it with pride so that we can tell the world and tell everyone in our country that this is a high quality bill. This is a bill that is in line with the international laws, international human rights standards and practices. This can help safeguard people's lives and property, and this can also provide a better investment and business environment for all. This should be respected by and supported by the international community. The 7th term of the Legislative Council will be completing this historic mission, and I feel proud. Mr. Robert Lee. I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law is the government's constitutional duty. The May 28th decision was adopted by the NPC in 2020. It sets out the basic principles. It also sets out the position of our country on this matter. And then in June 2020, the Hong Kong NSL was adopted and annexed in the Basic Law. There are still, however, 5 types of offences not covered by the Hong Kong national security law. In light of the complex national security risks we face, we need to plug this loophole as quickly as possible. This can only be done through local legislation. During the consultation, the business sector also supports the bill this can help ensure prosperity and stability in Hong Kong. This can also help implement fully and faithfully and resolutely one country, two systems and Hong Kong people administering Hong Kong, so that we can plug the loopholes and focus on economic development. After the the Occupy movement, Mong Kok riot, as well as Black Hat riot in 2019, rioters even set some shops ablaze. Some business missions canceled their visits. There were breaks all over the place in the heart of the city. There was great damage to people's livelihood and our economy. It also shows how important it is to safeguard national security. We're an international city as well as an international financial center. We welcome exchanges with foreign businesses and organizations. We have had these exchanges. However, some foreign organizations have continued to play the smearing tactic against Hong Kong government as well as the central authorities. I support the offense of external interference proposed in the bill so as to prevent and suppress acts of external interference by external forces. There is also a concern on freedom of the press and freedom of speech being affected. And according to case law, seditious with intention is in line with the Bill of Rights Ordinance as well as other legislation. The administration explained the seditious intention element. Members of the public will continue to enjoy freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And about the U.S. Insurrection Acts incident on the 26th of October, the relevant act was passed. That is the Patriots Act in Canada. The resolution has been passed for the government to adopt measures to tackle national security risk in a very swift manner. That shows in other countries, laws will be enacted expeditiously to tackle any possible national security risk. Whereas for this bill, we have had regard to the actual circumstances, and it does not affect legitimate business activities and international exchanges, so that we can continue to give play to Hong Kong's role as a super connector. For offenses like treason and theft of state secrets, these are not offenses easily committed by an ordinary member of the public. I hope that everyone would be fair in understanding and getting grips with the bill and stop the smearing tactic.
Professor William Wong. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill and its early passage. Legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law is a task overdue for 27 years. The bill has finally come to LegCo. We're now finally fulfilling our constitutional responsibility. We are also meeting the aspirations of the public for the legislation. We had foreign agents fanning the flames, stirring up trouble, instigating one social incident after another, threatening our country's safety. That led to turbulence in Hong Kong after 1997. With the national security law and also the passage of this bill, going forward, we will not see the kind of turbulence of 2019, the kind of illegal Occupy Central movement of 2014, and also the previous attempt at smearing national education in 2012. No one will be there to hold back our development. We will finally be able to focus on economic development to deliver a better life for people. I'm pleased to see that under Part 5 of the bill on cybercrimes, there's a crime on using computers and electronic systems to endanger national security. It's the 21st century. Economic development will hinge on technology. Innovation and technology will take the work of more than just Hong Kong. That's why Hong Kong works with the rest of the Greater Bay Area closely. But that does not mean smooth sailing for the cross-boundary flow of data. The government worked on this last June. The government entered into an agreement with the Cyberspace Administration of China on the cross-boundary flow of data in the GBA. That move was about fostering the flow of data within the GBA. For banks, credit referencing agencies, and healthcare institutions, a pilot scheme is already running. That said, when national security risks are still there, people will worry about any cross-boundary flow of data. That's why I support this bill. We need to keep our country safe, and then we can reassure people. And then we can have cross-boundary flow of data, and that flow can expand in scope. With this bill, we have to be mindful of the undercurrents in international politics. There are dark forces everywhere targeting our country and Hong Kong. We cannot drop our guard. I encourage the government in procuring technology products and other services to pay attention. We need a policy on procuring technology to guard against hackers. President, keeping our country safe is a shared responsibility. I so submit. I fully support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Thank you, President. I firmly support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. We have waited for 26 years. There were twists and turns. 2019 saw the Hong Kong version of a color revolution. That was a painful episode. Hong Kong was seriously crippled. Thanks to our country's support, we have the national security law. We moved from chaos to order, and we're now going from stability to prosperity. Finally, the Safeguarding National Security Bill is here to fully implement the requirements of Article 23 of the Basic Law, the May 28th decision of the NPC, and also the requirement under the NSL. Just like everyone else in Hong Kong, I look forward to the early passage of this bill to make good the shortcoming of our national security scene. We should all work together to make that effort to get this bill through. LegCo set up its Bills Committee on the bill, and the Bills Committee worked full steam ahead so that we can safeguard national security as soon as we can. At the end of last month, the Bills Committee started its work. 25 meetings were held, and nearly 50 hours of meetings were held. There were productive, intensive meetings. Members worked against the clock and raised concerns from people. We focused on the drafting of the bill. The government responded to inquiries and also explained in detail the legislative intent of provisions, the national security threats targeted, and how the provisions will work. On the provisions of external forces, I focused on whether we can target organizations, entities operated by foreign forces through multiple layers. I also focused on shadow organizations. I thank the government for being responsive. The government adopted my suggestions by clarifying the definition of external forces and also proposed amendments about shadow organizations. I won't go into the specifics here, but here's my comment. In safeguarding national security and also protecting human rights and ensuring economic development, the government has struck a proper balance. A mechanism to safeguard national security needs to be able to anticipate future national security risks. I thank the government for moving an amendment that will empower the Chief Executive in Council to make subsidiary legislation for national security purposes. And also, there will be a provision on people to follow the judgments and decisions of the Committee on Safeguarding National Security. We will have dedicated provisions and top-level design that will help us anticipate and cope with future national security risks that will be hard to anticipate. This shows we can create a comprehensive set of national security provisions that are also flexible and that also shows foresight. During the scrutiny, there were attempts by foreign forces. They engaged in smearing and scaremongering, and that was endless. I thank the government for offering timely rebuttal and setting the record straight. That ensured we can present the bill in a balanced way. Let's look at the national security laws in the US and the UK. Our bill is more restrained and balanced. We have reasonable defenses for many offenses. For law-abiding citizens, they will not get caught inadvertently. The provisions are in line with the international covenants on human rights. President, it took nearly 27 years for us to come to where we are on this bill. I was privileged enough to be part of the Bills Committee. I took part in the process of laying down the groundwork for this national security legislation. I'm honored. Keeping our country safe is an ongoing mission. Once this bill is passed, we have to get on with education to raise national security awareness in the community so that people get a good sense of the bill. And then we can comprehensively promote the concept so that people can work together in safeguarding our country's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and development interests. I so submit, President. Ms. Eunice Young. President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Getting this bill through is our constitutional duty. Since 1997, we have yet to fulfill this duty. Keeping our country safe is the duty of every Chinese Hong Kong citizen. We're now finally at the last mile of the work. We will get this bill through soon. I'm very pleased. I'm very honored to be part of this process. I thank the government's work on this bill so that we can have a bill to keep our country safe and also ensure our long-term prosperity, and then we can deliver a better life for people. The point of this bill is to protect Hong Kong and keep Hong Kong's status and also maintain exchanges with the overseas community. Our rule of law is our source of pride. 2019 saw the Black Flag riots that crippled our development and that hurt our rule of law, and that also eroded freedoms and human rights. So to target those actions, we now have this bill. There are offenses on insurrection, incitement to disaffection, and espionage. We can target criminals, and this can help protect the rights of law-abiding citizens. This way, people can continue to enjoy the rights and freedoms under the basic law. On our international status, we have a good business environment. We have businesses from everywhere here, and that cements our status as an international financial center. This bill can remove uncertainties. For example, the bill offers clear safeguards and so that we can better protect the freedom of information, etc. We will also be able to deal with criminals spreading false news, and that can reassure investors. So the bill is good for our business investment environment. The bill will play a key part in helping us with our socioeconomic development. This bill also brings us into line with other countries. Other countries have their own national security laws. This shows the importance of national security. We are following international practice. I'm also pleased to see that the government has introduced amendments after learning from overseas experience and also making sure the law works for our local conditions. Our bill offers clearer definitions. We clarify where the line is drawn, how we can catch the criminals, and how to protect people from being inadvertently breaching the law. All in all, the Safeguarding National Security Bill can better protect people's rights, freedoms, and property. This can foster social stability and create a better business environment in the future. Hong Kong should reap the benefits of this bill and focus on developing the economy, deliver a better life for people, integrate into our country's development, focus on the GBA development, so that we can keep creating stronger impetus for growth, and then we can move forward with our country as so submit.
Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, President. Safeguarding national security is the duty and mission of every citizen. It is the cornerstone of societal development. The early passage of Article 23, plugging the national security loophole, can ensure that Hong Kong's prosperity can be maintained. One country, two systems can be a success, and also we can focus our energy on improving livelihood and economy. 27 years after reunification with the country, based on a number of reasons, Article 23 was not enacted, especially after the failure of the 2003 effort. We left a loophole for external forces and criminals to exploit. Now, during 2019, in the rioters engaged in wanton vandalism in the streets and at government buildings. Everyone was living in fear. We were in fear that we would be beaten up simply because we uttered the wrong word. There was no rule of law. After the chaos, we appreciate the importance of national security, and we learn with first-hand experience that without national security, we can't live a normal life, not to mention improving livelihood and economy. That's why everyone looks forward to the passage of the bill so as to plug the national security loophole and better safeguard people's liberty and rights. To safeguard national security and uphold the interests of our nationals, many countries have their own national security laws. Many Western countries have similar laws and enforcement mechanisms. The Safeguarding National Security Ordinance has made reference to other jurisdictions' experience without simply copying the laws. The government has considered Hong Kong's realistic situation in drafting the provisions. The legislature has scrutinized the bill in a highly efficient manner. Compared with the US, the UK, and other countries' national security law, ours is mild and comprehensive. The government has conducted a dozen of consultation sessions, receiving some 13,000 written submissions. It showed how comprehensive the consultation exercise was. An overwhelming 98% of the views supported the bill, with positive suggestions made. It shows that the bill is supported by the public. As a council member, since the beginning of the consultation period, in my constituencies, in my ward offices in Sham Shui Po and Yau Chi Mong, we have created a display board for showcasing the contents of the bill. We have also reached out to the community and explained the contents of the bill to them to promote sensible and constructive discussion. Our efforts was well received by the community. Article 23 legislation is definitely supported by everyone in Hong Kong, genuinely. I look forward to seeing the government stepping up publicity campaign after passage of the bill to enhance the understanding of national security legislation among the public. We need to understand the importance and objectives of the law. We also need to educate the public on the legal matters so that they can better exercise their rights and fulfill their obligations. Now, the geopolitical situation is treachery. We are facing ceaseless, endless national security risk. We need to pass the bill as soon as possible. I'm proud that I can participate in the work and the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill in the capacity of a council member. After the passage of the bill, we will be able to effectively suppress and prevent and punish acts endangering national security. We can finally do away with our worries and focus our energy on developments and the economy. Thank you. Ms. Nixie Lam.
Security has always been the top priority of any country. And it's hard to believe the very bill written in the Basic Law has been absent for nearly 27 years. Much as an international city we are, Hong Kong has been sadly also an international political battlefield. For 27 years, we witnessed these ill-intentioned politicians from all over the world riding on our national security law to gain their little brownie points for their election campaign, or simply just want to show how tough of a man they are. David Cameron, for instance, were urging Hong Kong to reconsider having our own national security law, where they have been imposing similar, if not tougher laws in 2023, 2019, 2015, 2011, and 2008. And we are talking about a full legislation there, while we in Hong Kong has only a baby version covering secession, subversion, terrorism, and collusion enacted back in the 2020 to an emergency pause to order chaos in town. What is even worse are those shameless American politicians urging to sanction our prosecutors and judges, turning a blind eye on the horrendous violence attack back in 2019 and embrace those terrorists as freedom fighters. And our fragmented city, a beautiful scene to behold. But it has all comes to an end. I'm glad to stand here to be part of this historical moment and be one of the legislature to cast my vote to support an enactment of the Safeguarding National Security Bill today. It's definitely not easy, but we are finally here. The long overdue ordinance covers the basic needs of the city, that is to ensure a safe environment for the people in the city to build a career, to pursue the studies, and to settle down here and have a family at the place we all called home. With 98.6% of the public support to plugging the national security loopholes, I believe Hong Kong will continue to thrive as an economic engine of the region, simply because the people of this piece of land cherish this hard-earned peace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Safeguarding National Security Bill.
Mr. Peter Shiu. President, I and the Liberal Party that I represent staunchly support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill so as to fulfill our obligation under Article 23 of the Basic Law, the 528 decision, and the Hong Kong NSL. This is our obligation. We need to plug potential national security loopholes. Since the legislative procedure began, I already stated my full support. This is our obligation. This is our constitutional duty. Early passage of the law can plug the loophole and put a full stop to this long overdue exercise. It is also closely related to our welfare and development. Now, in 2019, during the Black Lives violence, anti-China destabilizing elements colluded with external forces and mounted a Hong Kong color revolution. Many places were vandalized, shops were destroyed, innocent people were beaten up. At the time, the living environments and the business environments were both damaged. People were angry, but they dared not voice up. Now, after the Hong Kong national security law comes into place and the staunch enforcement of the police force, we returned to stability and industries resumed operation. Our life and property was once again protected. Since then, we understand that without national security, the society will be unstable. Citizens and business people cannot pursue a life and career in Hong Kong. Now, some say that the Article 23 legislation would instill anxiety among foreign investors and impede on our business environment. Many of these remarks were made by anti-China destabilizing elements who smeared our efforts. There is another possibility. Some don't understand the contents of the bill and were misled by Western politicians. In fact, national security and stability in society are the major factors considered by businessmen. From the lesson learned in 2019, without stability and safety, talents and capitals will flee. At present, our competitiveness still ranks among the top in the world. We have a lot of startups. It shows that safeguarding national security and stability in society have a positive effect on the business environment. And the retail and wholesale sector that I represent, and also the 104 chambers of commerce in Hong Kong, have made a public announcement on local newspaper, a full-page announcement, stating our support for the legislation. In our opinion, only with national security can we ensure stability and development opportunities in Hong Kong. I have to emphasize that the law only targets a minority of people who seek to endanger national security, but not the general public. Law-abiding citizens will not be caught unwittingly. Hong Kong is a society with rule of law. As long as you do not engage in national security, Chinese and foreign enterprises who operate within the remits of the law will not be affected at all. Human rights and freedom and liberties will enjoy the safeguards offered by the law. The law also protects the legal rights enjoyed by corporations and individuals, especially in the preamble. It states that upholding the legal rights enjoyed by individuals and businessmen, and also ensuring that properties and assets are protected in the law as well, in the law, and also the prosperity of Hong Kong is the overarching principle of the law. So this is a reassurance for everyone. We don't have to overly worry. As long as we have the safety net, we can focus our efforts on improving livelihood and economic development. I support the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Tan Yueheng. Thank you, President. I speak to give my resolute support to the Safeguarding National Security Bill. This legislative exercise will be completed as soon as possible to let the Hong Kong SL government fulfill the constitutional duty and safeguard national security. Article 23 legislation can help raise our status as an international financial center. Stability is core to an international financial center. Article 23 legislation can help address the uncertainties in the business and investment environment and to create a more stable environment for people's livelihood and to protect investments and assets and properties so that Hong Kong can give play to its advantage as a super connector and to enhance our status as an international financial center. In the preamble of the bill, certain principles are set out. One country, two principles, one country, two systems principle is the overarching principle. There is also safeguard to protect rights and freedoms enshrined in the basic law. There is a balance between national development as well as safeguarding human rights and freedoms. Well, this bill contains over 200 pages. Now, many of the provisions can be found in existing legislation. The bill does not change the definition of these provisions. This bill also includes terms in the interpretation clause that the definition of which can be found in the common law system. We can also thought of attacks on Article 23 legislation. This can help build a firewall to ensure financial stability so that we can abide by the national strategy to place emphasis on financial security and financial development. Hong Kong is an international financial center. We are given this important mission of ensuring financial stability. In recent years, we've seen power struggles among major developed countries, as well as risks on critical infrastructure, so on and so forth. Article 23 legislation can help establish and improve the legal system and enforcement mechanism on safeguarding national security, and this can help deal with extreme financial risks as well. The legislative exercise can also help create a stable environment with predictable risks and lower the unforeseeable risks in our financial system and make sure that our financial system is resilient against attacks. Now, under the framework of a comprehensive national security outlook, this Article 23 legislation can be a piece of important tool to help enhance the competitiveness in the and enhance the attractiveness of our capital market. It can help us prepare for extreme scenarios, such as deepening and broadening the renminbi offshore business and reduce our over-reliance on a single settlement system, and also help us meet financial needs of individuals and organizations in light of possible sanctions. So I resolutely support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I so submit. Mr. Duncan Chiu. President, safeguarding national security is the obligation and duty of the Hong Kong SAR as well as every citizen here. National security is an important cornerstone for ensuring stability and continuous development. This is the constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SAR government. It is also the request laid down in Article 23 as well as the May 25th decision adopted by the NPC. I am honored to be part of the Legislative Council to be able to fulfill this historic mission. INT development is very much intertwined with the country's development, and in order to tackle national security risk, reference should be made to other jurisdictions on national security laws, so that whilst ensuring stability and prosperity, we can create the prerequisites for advancing INT developments. My sector and myself will support this bill as well as the administration's committee stage amendments. I'd also like to share with you the views of my sector on certain provisions. Say for the offense of espionage and state secrets, Clause 28 defines what state secret means. It involves secrets relating to the country and the SAR's development, a secret concerning the technological development of scientific technology of China and the Hong Kong SAR, and that disclosure of without lawful authority will contravene the events if the disclosure is likely to endanger national security. Now, my sector is concerned that releasing R&D outcome may contravene the offense of theft of state secret because of this element. I explained to my sector. In fact, on the matter of state secrets at the Bills Committee, Mr. P.K. Tang, Secretary for Security, said in reply to members' questions that if it's 100%, if it is an R&D outcome 100% developed by the private sector without involvement of the Hong Kong SAR government, then it will not be a state secret and it will not automatically fall under the definition set out here. Now, if the R&D organization collaborates with the government in the process of research and development, or if the government has a role to play in the R&D process in the form of, say, subsidy or grant, and that if the organization is obliged to share the outcome or the benefit of the R&D outcome, there may be certain restrictions, and this may be caught by the state secret provision. Clauses 36, subclauses 1 to 3 provides the interpretation for authorized disclosure by specified persons such as a public officer, government contractor, etc. There is a defense if at the time of the offense the person believed that he has lawful authority to make the disclosure and had no reasonable grounds to believe otherwise, then the defense is available. So if the person discloses the R&D outcome with lawful authority with no intention to endanger national security, then one should not be caught by the law. So R&D personnel are rest assured can continue with their activities in Hong Kong. Well, I thank the Legislative Council for holding marathon meetings in the past 7 days. We scrutinized the bill with great efficiency. It also demonstrates the good interactions between the legislature and the executive. In order to ensure stability and prosperity in the long term and to fully, resolutely, and faithfully implement one country, two systems principle, we need to pass the bill as quickly as possible. My sector and myself will continue to support the government so that we will join hand with the government in promoting high quality development in a stable, safe, and secured environment so as to contribute to our country's development. I support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Rincon, President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Hong Kong plays a pivotal role in the country's opening up to the world. In the past, Hong Kong had great economic achievements. Well, we still play a very important role in the global arena. But nowadays, we don't just talk about economic success and figures. In fact, this is a warfare without arms and ammunition. Apart from a physical war with arms and ammunition and weapons, war nowadays entails power struggles among nations. It also involves information security, food security, as well as space security. As we spearhead economic development, we should at the same time take a look at what is happening around us. Now, we're not equipped with the proper weapons. We need to have teeth, otherwise we will be weak in the face of other nations. We need to safeguard national security and to make sure that our country will not be invaded and our interests will not be undermined or will become a laughing stock. Now, what happened in 2014 was very different from that in 2004. A small child has become a young gentleman. We experienced financial crises, SARS, as well as COVID-19 pandemic. Hong Kong people weathered the storm, and there is all the more reason for us to enjoy life here. And yet, we were supposed to complete the legislative exercise more than 20 years ago. We've been dragging on our feet. 20 odd years ago, we just returned to the motherland. Those with ulterior motive used us as the pawn to test the bottom line of our country. Against this backdrop, I think the most sensible way is to rely on our legal system to overcome these challenges. I've taken a look at the laws around the world, especially other common law jurisdictions. that is the United Kingdom, in July last year, the latest National Security Act was passed. External interference has been made a criminal offense. By interference, it means an interference with the elections in the UK and interfering with the citizens' right to vote. According to their laws, if somebody continues to appeal to other nations to sanction one's own country or practices such activities abroad undermining national interests, then apparently this person has committed the offense. The Anti-Terrorist Act passed in year 2000. The Terrorism Act was passed in year 2000 in the UK, and the subsequent amendments followed to broaden the definition of terrorists. Terrorists include those uses violence or threatens to use violence in order to achieve certain religious or political purposes. And according to another piece of legislation, called National Security and Investment Act 2021, the government will be authorized to conduct investigation in foreign investments that may undermine national interests or cause national security threats. It is such a draconian piece of legislation with great enforcement powers given to law enforcement agencies that this is unprecedented. In the US, there are at least 20 pieces of legislation relating to the economic, diplomatic, education aspects of the country, and it is related to national security. The magnitude is beyond comparison, in other words. In terms of safeguarding national security, in other countries, they have built a proper firewall and they've continued to fortify their castle. Whereas in the face of these countries, Hong Kong's situation is like one of a glass castle. We are very fragile and we are lagging so far behind. It is only right for us to plug the national security loophole by enacting national security legislation. We need to make sure we have the right weapons, and that means legislating on Article 23 of the Basic Law so as to further improve the legal system on safeguarding national security. This is an important step for us to have a place in the international community. Against the complex international landscape, we must all act in one and remind ourselves that national security is the constitutional duty of the Hong Kong SL government, and it is also every citizen's obligation to safeguard national security. After passage of the bill, we will continue to enjoy prosperity and stability.
Mr. Gary Zhang. Thank you, President. I support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Just like other legislative members, I found out about the bill. I also listened to the deliberations of the Bills Committee. This bill has a clear target. The government also looked at national security laws overseas in drafting the bill. At LegCo, we have looked at many bills about people's quality of life. Those laws tend to have a broad scope, but this bill is different. There's a clear scope. This bill targets just a handful of people with intent to endanger national security. I note that during the clause-by-clause scrutiny, the Bills Committee expressed concern about particular issues. The government gave clear responses. This bill is legally necessary. As we safeguard national security and maintain social stability, this bill is also a vital step. The Basic Law is the constitutional basis of Hong Kong. Article 23 of the Basic Law states clearly that we have the duty to legislate on our own against acts endangering national security. Since 1997, on offenses such as espionage, subversion, we have not had specific offenses on those crimes, and that's unimaginable in other countries. 2019 saw social turbulence. People learned about the threats of attempts to threaten national security. There's a need to protect people from extremist actions. Now, with this bill, we can protect our country. This bill can also show the trust between Hong Kong and the central authorities. With a better mechanism to keep our country safe, we can cement our status as an international financial center. This bill can also reassure overseas investors. As we bring in more foreign investments, we lay a solid foundation for our future generations. President, the early passage of this bill will allow our community to fully focus on economic development, and then we can improve people's lives, we can improve our society, and that will mean greater openness, stability, and inclusion, and that will mean a better future for Hong Kong. President, I so submit and I support the amendment. Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. In recent years, we have seen a series of actions from anti-China forces. 2014, illegal occupied Central. 2016, Mong Kok riots. 2019, the color revolutions. Many people suffered. In 2019, I was a district councillor. My office was surrounded and vandalized. The work could not continue, and I could not serve people. President Xi proposed the holistic view of national security, also proposed the 4 strategic points. National security matters in many areas, and the 4 comprehensive patterns also mention the idea of law-based governance across the country. For Hong Kong, we also need the rule of law. In 2020, the national security law was promulgated. We went from chaos to order. That law produced immediate effect. We thank the central authorities for that. For this bill, we had a month-long consultation. 13,000 submissions were received. 98.6% of the submissions were in favor. This shows a broad consensus on safeguarding national security as a necessity and a matter of urgency. Making laws to keep a country safe is a priority for different countries. Let's look at the US, Canada, and European countries. They have their own national security legislation. They have national security agencies as well. There are different views on the bill. Some people are worried about too many powers going to enforcement agencies and restrictions on personal freedom. Let's look at the US and Europe. Our bill is more moderate. We show greater respect for civic rights and freedoms. I don't want to go into the specifics because this information is already public. President Xi Jinping also stated openly that law-based governance is the golden rule. The best governance means incorporating the rule of law. President, legislation to keep our country safe is the way to go. We must learn from the past. Once we get this bill through, we can zero in on the economy and pursue development and deliver a better life for people. And we can finally do what has been overdue for 27 years. I fully support this bill. I so submit. Mr. Chao Siu-chung. President, legislating on our own to prohibit acts endangering national security is a constitutional duty for Hong Kong. This shows our country's trust in us. Our country allows us to legislate on our own under common law principles. This means the country believes that we can do this. We can pass a bill to keep our country safe. Sadly, that task has been overdue for years. The legal system and enforcement mechanisms have yet to be established. This means hostile forces can do as they like. They even try to start a color revolution to subvert government power here. Western countries stated that they would use all the tools at their disposal to defeat China. Given the geopolitical risks, the national security risks are real. We cannot let Hong Kong become a bridgehead for anti-China forces and stand idly by. The public consultation shows 98.6% of the respondents were in favor of the bill. 500 trade associations also supported the bill. This points to broad social consensus on a law to keep our country safe. This bill has popular support because the bills strike a proper balance. In 2014, 16, and 2019, there were acts gravely endangering national security. This bill proposes deterrent sentences. And also, for theft of state secrets and espionage, there are stiff penalties. Meanwhile, the government also caters to concerns about human rights. There are many statutory defenses and exemptions under the bill. There will be lawful protection for rights and freedoms under international covenant and the basic law. The government stated time and again at the Bills Committee that external interference endangering national security is clearly distinct from normal exchanges. This bill only targets offenses act endangering national security. There would be no impact on normal international exchanges and business exchanges. President, public officers are the backbone of the city's administration. These officers also have a duty to keep our country safe. The bill states that public officers need to exercise their powers and discretion to help keep our country safe. Safeguarding national security has been made part of the core values of public officers. This bill expressly states this duty for public officers, so that would be more than just a belief, but action. Breaching the law for public officers is a serious offense, so it makes sense to have stiffer offenses. Here, I also want to thank the government and the Legislative Secretariat for their hard work. The Bills Committee has been very productive, hardworking. We have practical suggestions from the Bills Committee. The government explained matters pragmatically and professionally. The explanation helped allay public concerns. The government has also proved itself to be responsive. Many amendments are proposed. This shows a healthy interaction between the executive and the legislature. I hope that once this bill is passed, we can better protect our country, and then our community can focus on the economy and improve people's lives. I so submit. I support the bill.
Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. President, 21 years ago, I was a Bills Committee member of the Safeguarding National Security Amendments Bill 2003. Our effort was in vain. Now, 20 years on, we are now at the final step. 27 years after reunification, finally, we have a piece of local legislation for safeguarding national security. This is how we are going to fulfill our constitutional obligation and safeguard our image as an international financial center. We are the most internationalized city in the country. We have to protect ourselves from external interference. For a very long time, Whenever I was consulted by officials or the media, when is the best time to legislate for Article 23, my answer has always been any time at all. Only with a stable country can we have a life. This is a fact in the contemporary world. Every country and jurisdiction has their responsibility to legislate for safeguarding their national security. They have a duty to protect an ultimate protection for national, personal, and minority interest. Now, as a member of the collective community, we have to fulfill our duty. Legislation for Article 23 is our constitutional obligation, but as a subject of the nation, it is our natural obligation to uphold national security, and we have to prepare to make sacrifices for this. Some 10 years ago, I was learned that some legislative members received coordination and support from external forces in secret. They flew to foreign countries to receive direction from the external governments during summer break, and they come back and initiated the 2014 Occupy Central movement. Shortly before 2019, young members were sponsored by Western organizations to learn and get trained on how to mount rebellions. Now, some protesters who appeared in protests in Ukraine and other anti-government protests, we found their shadows amongst the rioters in 2019. I was greatly saddened. On one hand, a lot of legislative councillors had very vague ideas on national security, and they allowed themselves to be manipulated by external forces. And I was saddened that we don't have our own sets of law to protect ourselves against external interference and using us against the country. Now, some people are still absconding overseas. Now, I think it is reasonable to add a new offense of colluding with external force endangering national security. Now, the speedy completion of scrutiny shows that after the lessons learned in 2019, there is a consensus in society that we need, as soon as possible, a set of law to prevent black-clad violence from rekindling. Now, compared with the national security laws in existence in the Western countries, our Safeguarding National Security Bill has offered reasonable protection on human rights and defense. The punishment is not draconian. I have to thank the 15 BC members and the secretariat of the Bills Committee for working around the clock. I thank the government for paying heed to our suggestions to introduce amendments to the bill so that we can protect ourselves against national security risk and refocus our energy on economic development and create a better future for one country, two systems. This has been something that I've been longing for many years. I so submit I support the second reading as well as the amendments to the bill. Mr. Chen Yong, Mr. Brave Chen. Thank you, President. Thank you, Secretaries. National security, Hong Kong security, individual security. This is important. We have to pass and enact Article 23 in a highly efficient and high-quality manner. Now, I myself and the NPC and CPPCC sector that I am representing both offer our staunch support for the bill. According to the holistic view on national security and President Xi's thoughts on national security, under one country, two systems, to enjoy long-term stability, we have to ensure national security. From the Opium War to the anti-Japanese aggression war to the contemporary world, everyone in Hong Kong and in China's life and career and safety and also this future generation are safeguarded by national security. We have waited for over 26 years. We have been discussing this bill for 26 years. In the international community, this might be one of the national security legislation which has undergone scrutiny for the longest period of time. Now, I look forward to the passage of the bill, after which everyone would work together to uphold national security. During the scrutiny period, everyone has worked closely together, tirelessly, showcasing our commitments and resolute and determination. Now, the bill is highly efficient. Under the common law principles, we have followed all the established practice in terms of definition, interpretation, and ensure compatibility with the Hong Kong NSL. The sooner we complete the passage of the law, the sooner we will be protected. The structure of the bill is robust. The details are all in place. It is supported by the general public. It is well trusted among the public. According to the survey, over 98% of the respondents supported the bill. It is in line with international standards. Now, the U.S. national security law may be one of the most draconian law in the world. They are installing anti-terrorist safeguards on their doorsteps, but they are smearing our efforts to do the same. Everyone with a conscience would see that. Now, the national security law is the security safeguards for the Hong Kong territory. The national security law. Now, for the Article 23, it is the safeguard in front of our own doorsteps. So with the two combined together, we can be safe. Now, those who have seen war would treasure peace. After 2014, 2019, Black Lives violence and Hong Kong independence, we evermore treasure national security and unity. Various sectors look forward to the government upholding our rights and national security. Under the leadership of Mr. John Lee, after the passage of the law, we can take initiative in upholding national security and better integrate into the national development blueprint, high-quality development, and refocus our energy on economic development, improving livelihood. I staunchly support the bill. Thank you. Dr. Wendy Hong. President, enactment of Article 23 is our constitutional obligation. 26 years after reunification, we are yet to establish a comprehensive mechanism to be the gatekeeper for the country. This is our debt, and we need to pay the debt. The longer it is overdue, the higher the cost will be. We have witnessed that clearly in the past several years. With ever-heightened geopolitical tension, national security risks are more serious. We have seen many storms, and there is a consensus that we have to fulfill this historical duty to live up to the country and ourselves. I salute every individual who has participated in the scrutiny work. Every individual counts. As LegCo member, this is our duty. I support the legislation. I believe everyone in Hong Kong looks forward to this milestone so that we can establish a comprehensive national security mechanism so that we can see a better future. I so submit.
Mr. Yu Pak Lau. President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. The object of the bill is to establish an improved legal system and enforcement mechanism for safeguarding national security so as to suppress, prevent, and punish acts and activities endangering national security in accordance with the law. It is only reasonable that we enact legislation to safeguard national security. It's only because of the anti-China destabilizing elements that we have been dragging on our feet. Now we're in the final furlong. As a member of this council, I feel honored to be able to participate in this historic moment to put in the last piece of the puzzle to plug national security loopholes. Now, as mentioned, against political tensions and complex international landscape, we need to plug this loophole as quickly as possible to better protect our people. Various sectors of the community understand the need to enact legislation as quickly as possible. Close to 99% of submissions responding to the consultation are in support of the bill. There is a broad consensus in the community. There is good interaction between the executive and the legislature. We scrutinize the bill with efficiency. I need to thank the administration for listening to the views of the public wholeheartedly and effort and tirelessly and also to rebut the smearing and attacks on us. I also thank members for participating in the marathon-style meetings, putting forward over 1,000 questions. These members have looked at the bill very carefully. They've also made some very good suggestions. Some of them have been incorporated in the amendments. With full cooperation between the legislature and the executive, we're able to complete the legislative process in just 2 months. Now, as said by the Secretary for Justice, we're able to hand in the perfect homework. As a member here, I understand that the cornerstone to the tourism industry's development is stability and prosperity. Occupy Central movement happened in 2014. This led to Mongkok riots and territory-wide disturbances. Now, I worked in a hotel at the time, situated in Mongkok. That was a site of occupation. Some tourists were forced to cancel or truncate their itinerary. Some hotel orders got cancelled. During 2019, black-clad violence, rioters attacked airports. They caused havoc in the streets. They also shouted abuse at tourists. The tourism industry bore the brunt. Visitor figures had a free fall drop of up to 40%. It is important to ensure prosperity and stability and provide a stable environment for investors and for people to do business here. Only by passing the Safeguarding National Security Bill will we be able to focus our energy on economic development and improving people's livelihood. The government should, as a next step, mount major publicity and public education to raise the public's awareness of national security, as well as enhancing the sense of nationhood among our people, so that we can all chip in building a safe and secure Hong Kong, so that we can allow a smooth sailing of one country, two systems principle and contribute to the country's development. I give my unwavering support to the bill. I'm going to support the administration's amendments as well. Ms. Lillian Kwok. Thank you, President. It's been 27 years, and that's a long time. Now we are witnessing this important moment of enacting on Article 23 of the Basic Law. Establishing and improving the legal system on safeguarding national security will help the long-term stability and prosperity in Hong Kong and safeguard people's rights and freedoms here. I'd like to thank members of the Bills Committee, the government officials, as well as the staff of the Legislative Council. We've had numerous meetings in a week, and we all took a very serious attitude in examining the bill so as to complete this exercise as quickly as possible. In fact, even before this exercise began, the government publicized the content of the bill on various channels and dispelled rumors and allayed concerns. Many teachers at the moment are concerned about the offenses and the relevant provisions in the bill. They are tasked with passing on knowledge to their students, and in order to implement national security education, teachers must also know the bill cover to cover in order to do their job properly. So on Article 23 legislation, the government should implement public education and also implement rule of law education. through continuous efforts in publicity and public education, we'll be able to enhance the teachers' knowledge on the bill. They will understand the scope of the bill, the relevant definitions, and the offenses. At the same time, we can make sure that teachers comes with grips with the correct values and knowledge of the bill to groom our next generation. We should also work on parent education so as to instill in them the correct values and enhance the knowledge on national security so that for our younger generation, they can be instilled with the values of law-abidedness since young. President, we've had a somber lesson. We've had the painful experience of what happened in the past. And by now, I think everyone realizes that foreign anti-China elements are still trying to make a move on us. These elements are still deploying different tactics to incite our younger generation. There are different forms of soft resistance, such as making use of worksheets, graphic novels, and textbooks to brainwash our younger generation. In fact, there is a set of materials, such as worksheets and teaching kits, etc., published by the foreign forces to indoctrinate toxic ideas in the minds of our younger generation. We are concerned that these materials may very well infiltrate our school campuses. Now, this piece of legislation can help us do a proper gatekeeping job so that we can review all the teaching materials and textbooks again to make sure that our students are protected. I support enactment of Article 23 of the Basic Law. This is an important safety net for us. It protects our country, our home, our younger generation, and our future. I support the bill and the administration's amendments. Professor Lau Chi-Pang.
Of the Safeguarding National Security Bill and all its amendments. In the 1980s, following the British occupation of Hong Kong, the territory was declared a free port with unrestricted movement of people, capital, and goods. This free port policy has been maintained in Hong Kong until today. While Hong Kong's status as a free port has undoubtedly facilitated trade and commerce, establishing it as a leading commercial hub in the Far East, the unrestricted nature of a free port has also posed significant security risks to Hong Kong, making it a vulnerable gap in our national security. During the Cold War after World War II, the Chinese people once again faced the crisis of foreign aggression on the soil when a United Nations force, led by the United States, intervened in the Korean War. At this most dangerous time for the Chinese nation, the Chinese People Volunteer Army achieved numerous remarkable victories in the war to resist U.S. aggression, dealing heavy blows to U.S. troops in major battles such as Changjinhu and Sangganling, and successfully defending China's territorial integrity. However, this also led to political consequences of an embargo imposed by dozens of United Nations member states, severely impacting China's social development during its founding period. At that time, under British rule, Hong Kong continued to play the role of an unrestricted free port, providing convenient access for intelligence agents from Western countries to gather information on China's national conditions, posing a continuous threat to China's national security. Fortunately, the Chinese government at that time balanced its relations with the East and the West through a broad global perspective and a superb diplomatic strategies, maintaining Hong Kong's prosperity and development in a stable and harmonious political environment, focusing on economic and trade development, and ultimately building Hong Kong into the international metropolis it is today. With the return of Hong Kong to China in 1997 and the restoration of China's sovereignty over Hong Kong, legislating to maintain national security has become a top priority. Despite initial uncertainty among Hong Kong citizens regarding the need for legislation to maintain national security, in recent years, the successful implementation of the national security law in Hong Kong has effectively stopped social unrest originated from outside the territory and restored the stability and prosperity to Hong Kong. This has finally made citizens realize that local legislation to maintain national security is urgent and cannot be delayed. Today, Chairman, with the support of Hong Kong citizens and various sectors of society, and through the collaborative efforts of the government and the Legislative Council, the national security law has finally reached the final stage of legislation. It is an honor for me to fulfill my duties in the Legislative Council chamber, participate in and witness this important historical moment of legislating the safeguarding national security law. Chairman, I conclude my remarks.
陳佩良議員。
主席，我好
Mr. Chen Pui-leung, I'm honored to serve as a legislative member and witnessing the enacting of the local legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law. This is a constitutional duty. It's a task overdue for 26 years. Once we get this bill through, we will be able to meet the aspirations from the community. This bill is in line with the interest of Hong Kong people. I fully support this bill. History shows our long-term development will mean we need to keep turbulence at bay. I support this bill, and I think the earlier we enact the bill, the better we are. We now see changes unseen in a century. Foreign forces will keep smearing this bill. The sooner we get the bill through, the sooner we mitigate the shortcoming in national security. Once we have all the institutions in place to keep our country safe, Hong Kong will be able to offer a stable business environment, and then we will be able to focus on the economy and improve people's quality of life, and we will see long-term prosperity. I see false reports from foreign media. Those media claim Article 23 legislation will spell the end of Hong Kong and foreign businesses will pull out. I must point out that the insurers I come into contact with point to a different picture. Hong Kong is a risk management center. We have 160 insurers in Hong Kong, nearly 2,500 licensed insurance intermediaries. Many are held and run by foreign investors. These foreign investors have little concern about this bill. They know the background and the reasons for this bill. These foreign investors know this bill will have no impact on normal business dealings. We prize the rule of law. This bill also protects human rights. There are clear rules and restrictions on enforcement powers. Capital, people, information can flow freely within the framework of the law. I also want to point out that when it comes to national security, the powers are usually something held by the national authorities. But here in Hong Kong, the central authorities respect the HKSAR and they trust us. So the central authorities delegated that power to us. The central authorities trust us, so we need to do our part and get this bill through. We owe the central authorities, and this is how we can fulfill, and how the way we fulfill this task means that we can complete our constitutional responsibility. I also commend the government for its commitment. The members of the Bills Committee worked tirelessly in a focused and diligent way. Everyone shared the same goal. This shows with patriots administering Hong Kong, we have the executive and the legislature working closely together in healthy interactions, and we all work towards safeguarding national security. We can create a better future as we all work together. President, I so submit I fully support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Edmund Wong. President, we are resuming the second reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. It's a historic moment. More than 20 years later, we're finally stepping up to the plate of safeguarding national security by enacting a law on keeping our country safe. We are building this barrier to protect our country. I thank the Department of Justice, the Security Bureau, and all the Bills Committee's members on this bill and the community for their effort, their support, and contributions to this bill. I talked to trade associations and also foreign accountants bodies, among other stakeholders. We had more than 20 engagements on this bill. We discussed this bill and found out the views and concerns of the accounting profession. I helped allay their concerns. As a representative of the accounting sector, I can say with confidence, the accounting sector fully supports this bill. They believe this bill can help us better cope with risks. We can guard against cyber attacks, terrorism, and money laundering. These risks threaten the financial system. This bill can help foster our stability and resilience as a financial center. There will be stability for the financial market. During our exchanges, some accountants raised points about state secrets, external forces, among other points. I raised those concerns at electrical meetings. The government explained the matters with our robust legal system. I believe those concerns are unwarranted. I have also explained in detail to my sector, and that's how I allayed their concerns. Hong Kong's accountants work frequently and closely with other parts of the world. Our accountants come into contact with overseas bodies. There are collaborations and interactions, and that includes overseas regulators. So this bill expressly states that unless you're acting on the instructions of foreign bodies to threaten national security or disrupt Hong Kong, unless you fall into that category, contact with overseas bodies is fine. The Secretary for Security has made this clear time and again. Hong Kong is an international financial center of our country. Over the years, our businesses have had all kinds of exchanges with overseas bodies. But those contacts are normal business dealings. They are not actions to endanger national security. Accountants come into contact with clients, and that includes state-owned enterprises. That way, accountants may come across sensitive information. But accountants come into contact with such materials in a lawful way for a lawful purpose. There are strict codes of conduct in the accounting sector. Accountants also have clear rules on how to handle the sensitive materials. Even if overseas regulators demand such materials, our accountants will follow our country's protocol on handling those materials. So there will be no unlawful disclosure, acquisition, or possession of state secrets. To help the overseas community better understand this bill, I penned articles arguing that Our economic and trade officers and Invest Hong Kong's officers should help out. Those officers should talk to overseas businesses and media about this bill and counter any untrue or misleading claims about this bill. I so submit I fully support this bill and its amendments. Dr. Junius Ho. President, I fully support this bill. I'm pleased to see that we are resuming the second reading and we'll move to the third reading of this bill. We have been waiting for this bill for so long. Now, here are my thoughts. We have the National Security Law, Article 7. That law took effect on June 30th, 2020. Article 7 says that we should complete national security legislation as soon as we can. Our country took less than 5 weeks to enact the NSL. This year, our country took this legislation seriously. On January 25th, the chief executive announced the legislation at the Q&A session, and now today, on March 19th, we moved quickly to the second reading of this bill. We wasted a couple of years in the past, but I commend the current government for acting decisively. This is in line with our country's expectations, and that is completing the legislation as soon as possible. It took less than 5 weeks to get through the NSL. On March 8th, the bill was gazetted, and then on 19th of March, we resumed the second reading and the third reading. We are up to scratch on that. Once we get this bill through, our job remains incomplete. Our enemies are biding their time. With this bill, we make life harder for our enemies. This bill will allow us to improve our national security legislation. Part 1 was done on June 30th, 2020. But there are ongoing tasks. Article 5 of the NSL states that we need to guard against, prevent, suppress, and impose punishments for acts and activities endangering national security. We're now completing part 2 of the work with this bill, but there are ongoing tasks for us. Article 10 or 9 of the NSL states that there were tasks for the government, for the media, the internet, non-governmental organizations, and schools and universities. The government needs to raise national security awareness. That is an ongoing effort. So with this bill's passage, we need to be mindful that there is work ahead. The enemies are still there. The enemies don't like this bill. They did not expect the swift passage of this bill, but they are biding their chance. To improve the overall institutions for national security, we have an ongoing mission. We need to speak up. We need to do better in education as well. My third thought is this. The chief executive laid down key performance indicators on national security education. I talked to roughly 2,000 teachers about national security legislation. Most of the feedback I got was positive, but there was a sizable portion that remained negative. I was talking about the law. There were teachers gaming on the phone, chatting with one another, or dozing off. That's the attitude of some teachers. I was there to train the trainers, but there were teachers dozing off gaming, chatting with one another, or staring at me. After the training session, some teachers wrote in the feedback asking why get Junius Ho to train us. Junius Ho knew nothing. Junius Ho talked in abusive ways. Back in 2019, there were people hurling verbal abuse. Those teachers did not speak up. I fully support this bill. The Security Bureau's work is something I commend, but how do we truly implement the law? That would be a daunting task that requires ongoing effort. It will be an ongoing task. So today marks just a start in our journey. We are just getting started. We need to go beyond just what's superficial. We need to get the message across. That way, our young people will get the message. I'm glad to see young people speaking up for Hong Kong. We need to leverage our strength to deliver what our country needs. We need young people who can tell good stories of us. And I'm glad to see our young people going global. I support this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Jie. Thank you, President. President, during the consultation period for the Article 23, I've met with many professionals from the sector, and those professionals supported the bill. A minority of them didn't quite understand the difference between Hong Kong NSL and the Article 23, as well as the improved electoral system. Is Article 23 enactment still urgent? My answer was positive. Legislation for Article 23 is the constitutional obligation enshrined in the Basic Law. 27 years on, we have to act promptly to complete the obligation. As national subjects, as a Hong Kong citizen, it is natural for us to safeguard national security and uphold national sovereignty, unity, and development interest. Some say that the most pressing task is boosting the economy and improving livelihood. If you look at the contemporary history of our country and also from the world history, without national security and stability, there can never be economic development and happiness for children. Several years ago, we experienced the black-clad violence and the Hong Kong version of Color Revolution. It highlighted how real the national security risk Hong Kong was. Now, in the US, Australia, and the UK, there are even more far-reaching, comprehensive, and draconian national security law. They barrel through the legislation without consulting the public. Some of these countries even use the excuse of national security to suppress the development interests of other countries and maintain their military and economical hegemony. Now, there are worries that the Article 23 would affect human rights and liberties. Now, in the preamble, the bill sets out that we have to uphold the overarching principle of one country, two systems. And in Clause 2, it sets out the focus on respecting human rights, no double jeopardy, presumption of innocence, and also other common law canons. Now, these principles are reflected in various clauses. For example, Clause 73, extending the extension period for suspects having committed national security offenses. Now, the proposal is 48 hours plus 7 days and 7 days. So put together, no more than 16 days. It is much shorter than many other countries. And also, an application of extension of detention must be approved by magistrates. So the judiciary plays an independent role in this. Some say that people may be unwittingly caught by the law. The reality is, most of the offenses require the prosecution to prove mens rea, criminal intent, and deliberation for conviction. For example, incitement to treason. There must be a public manifestation of treasonous intent concerning collusion and disclosure of state secrets. There is also the requirement of intent to endanger national security. During the scrutiny period, many members have asked a question in relation to the conviction threshold of certain offenses. The threshold were too high in their opinions. Now, clauses 112 and 113 concerning doxing behaviors concerning lawyers, judges, and police officers and other public officers. Now, the prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant has intent and mens rea with a possibility to harm the officers for conviction. Now, concerning unlawful disclosure of state secrets, the law sets out that the prosecution must prove that the defendant does so knowingly and deliberately. And there is also the public interest defense that is specified disclosure in Clause 19. Now, in most Western countries, the national security law doesn't include any defense. President, the bill can effectively safeguard national security while putting equal focus and safeguard on the conventional rights and liberties and freedoms. The punishments compared with other countries are reasonable and rightly balanced. I and G19 members fully support the bill's passage. Thank you. Mr. Adrian Ho.
In late January of this year, the Hong Kong SAR government initiated a public consultation to legislate Article 23 of the Basic Law. I wholeheartedly support the SAR government's effort to enact local laws that fulfill our constitutional responsibilities and obligations outlined by the 528 decision and the Hong Kong National Security Law. The restoration of normalcy in Hong Kong society is a testament to the effective implementation of the Hong Kong National Security Law. I'm firmly convinced that the present moment offers an ideal opportunity to press forward with the legislation of the Article 23 National Security Bill. Moreover, I maintain that enhancing the legal framework of the Hong Kong SAR to meet national security imperatives is a crucial step toward ensuring that offenses threatening national security are addressed with fairness and expediency. I eagerly anticipate the successful passage of the National Security Bill, which promises to comprehensively address national security vulnerability, foster a stable social milieu in Hong Kong, and more importantly, alleviate the public's apprehensions, culminating in an improved governance structure for Hong Kong. Such a development would not only steer Hong Kong from effective governance to prosperity, but also pave the way for a thriving future. It would also empower all sectors within Hong Kong to devote their energies to bolstering the economy. Throughout the legislative process, it is my belief that the SAR government has judiciously balanced the imperative of safeguarding national security with the need for economic advancement. Given Hong Kong's stature as an international financial center, the legislation's precise delineation of offenses pertaining to foreign interference is commendable. mitigating additional compliance burdens for foreign businesses. This clarity is a vital factor in securing Hong Kong's economic stability. As we stand at this pivotal juncture of legislating Article 23, which coincides with the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China and the 5th anniversary of the outline development plan for the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, we can anticipate that the successful completion of this legislative endeavor will afford the SARs of Hong Kong and Macau more comprehensive legal safeguards. Consequently, the collaboration and development between Hong Kong and Macau are poised to enter a new era, exemplifying the central government's pledge to uphold one country, two systems, guaranteeing a high degree of autonomy, and securing the continued prosperity and stability of both regions while promoting economic growth and enhancing the well-being of the citizens. I earnestly hope that the enactment of this legislation will amplify the momentum for Hong Kong and Macau to capitalize on their unique strengths and attributes, extend their influence, actively contribute to the construction of the Greater Bay Area, aligning with the high-quality development objectives referenced by Premier Li Qiang in his government work report. I fully endorse the SAR government's progress in advancing the legislative work of the National Security Bill. It is my aspiration that upon completing this historic task, the SAR government will lead Hong Kong into an era marked by even greater stability and a solidified social foundation, thereby creating more favorable prospects for economic growth and societal advancement. President, this concludes my remark. Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Lam. Deputy President, legislating for national security is a constitutional obligation imposed on Hong Kong under the Basic Law. Despite diverging views, no one has questioned the necessity of the legislation. 20 years on, there is still a gap in national security. It led to numerous political turmoil, and it created many parasites. And there were those who said that the risk was an exaggeration. Now it has proven to be not. Now we have seen 5 terms of governments in Hong Kong. This term of the government once again launched the legislative campaign for Article 23. The LegCo spends 50 years on diligently scrutinizing the bill. For those who still say this is barreling through the legislation, they should be ashamed. Without national security, people can't live in safety. A lot of countries legislate for their own national security laws sneakily, and they have put up a high wall around themselves. Allow me to repeat a minister in the UK. He said, the UK government will do its best to protect the country from the threats posed by external agents' actions in the territory. Now, the nature may be different, but the risk is still there. In recent years, the risk has become more complicated. One of the government's missions is to do its best to ensure that the legislative framework is kept abreast of time and supports the enforcement actions of the departments. Hostile actors' activities in the homeland is a risk. We have to think deeper. We have to outcompete these hostile actors to foil their attempts to disrupt our system. I will do my best to uphold national security from foreign interference and risk. The enactment of the national security legislation is to better prepare us to fend off these risks and put us at the forefront of the global intelligence community. End quote. Now, this is the same everywhere. Hong Kong is no exception. There are dubious claims that Hong Kong has a different political system. As a result, the Article 23 will lead to major concerns. I have to tell these people, safeguarding national security is not a privilege in the Western political systems. For these mirroring attempts, we have to keep on guard and rebut them. Now, the bill before us modeled upon the two human rights covenants and the basic law. There is sufficient safeguards for personal freedom and liberty, but there is no absolute freedom in the world. Restrictions based on national security is a common practice in the world. These are enshrined in the ICCPR and the ICESCR. Under the law, prior to conviction, all defendants are presumed to be innocent. Now, the prosecution has to prove beyond reasonable doubt the intent and the actus reus before conviction. These are safeguards for the rights of the defendants and the accused. Now, the government has reiterated all these rights time and again. For most people living in Hong Kong, we understand the necessity of these requirements, and we are not afraid to be caught on the wrong side of the law. We are only completing this duty 27 years after reunification. It is not fast at all. If you compare our legislation with other jurisdictions' national security law, it is only natural for us to enact local legislation to uphold national security. We have adopted the common law practice and make the provisions clear. Without mens rea, without an intent to endanger national security, why should you be afraid? I so submit I support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Chen Hao-feng.
主席，
Deputy President, local legislation on Article 23 of the Basic Law was gazetted on the 8th of March this year. Following that, we immediately started scrutinizing the bill. And meanwhile, Western media continued to smear the bill and the government to no avail. This is all due to the good work of the government's rebuttal team in setting the record straight and dispelling rumors and misunderstandings. Now, I am a witness to this historic moment as 26 years after return to the motherland, we are now enacting legislation on Article 23. I feel honored. We need to watch out for the villains. I would say that in recent years, the Western countries have blatantly smeared us. Well, in attending a security forum last year, the U.S. official said that the Chinese intelligence network was under attack, and it's been 10 years since then. They are still unable to rebuild this network, and according to this U.S. official, they've achieved progress in collecting intelligence about our country. Well, this leader of the intelligence organization in U.S. blatantly tells us that they collect intelligence and engage in such activities about our country. Well, in the past, we believed that only the United States would spend such amount of resources in tapping into other countries' intelligence. But in fact, in another example recently, I learned otherwise. A Canadian businessman was arrested in 2018 for helping an official a Canadian official in the mainland to take pictures about the military facilities in the territory. 3 years later, he was deported. And then this businessman filed a claim against the Canadian government. 7 million Canadian dollars were in the end awarded as the gag money. I think it's clear what this is about and who is behind it. Well, this incident was not revealed until this year or last year. And this is just a tip of the iceberg. For UK, US, Australia, Singapore, New Zealand, they also have relevant national security laws to keep their homes safe and keep out the enemies. Now, for our legislative exercise, the Western countries have responded quite rigorously. It is apparent that they adopt double standards. In recent years, they act even more blatantly. So Hong Kong is an inalienable part of China. We must make sure that the loopholes are plugged. Article 23 legislation seeks to safeguard sovereignty, territorial integrity, national development interests, and to make sure that the people and the land are safe from threats. I give my full support to this bill. I also support all the amendments. Thank you. Mr. Ambrose Lam. Deputy President. Well, I'm a lawyer by profession, and it is our natural duty to safeguard the rule of law. As a council member, I also understand that it is my duty to enact legislation in light of the social circumstances that can meet the needs of the people. Now, for this legislative exercise, this will help government fulfill its constitutional duty to enact on Article 23 of the Basic Law. I feel honored. In 2014, Hong Kong experienced the Occupy movement that was followed by the Black Clad violence in 2019. There was a great chaos in Hong Kong and everyone bore the consequence. At the same time, we learned the importance of safeguarding national security. I thank the Security Force Justice and the Security Bureau for having full regard to the views of members as well as the general public, so that whilst safeguarding national security, human rights as enshrined in the Basic Law are safeguarded. There is also protection for investments and doing business in Hong Kong. I'd also like to thank members for offering views here. For example, under unlawful disclosure, there is now a defense of public interest. Now the court will be the gatekeeper in clarifying the definitions of certain terms such as government contractor, critical infrastructure, etc. I agree with what Mr. Jeffrey Lam said. Instead of using the term lawyer or solicitor or counsel, the new term will be used, and that is legal representative. This can help prevent abuse. The government has considered thoroughly in drawing up this bill. This can help safeguard the rights and freedoms of Hong Kong people whilst safeguarding national security. Well, in the UK and the US, there is this mechanism of a regime called special lawyers. Fortunately, this has not been adopted in a local legislation. That means that for sensitive and national security related cases, only special lawyers should take these cases. For special lawyers, they undergo rigorous integrity checking. And this, in a way, will also limit the defendant's or the suspect's choice in their legal representation. Now, Hong Kong has not adopted this mechanism. Only under special circumstances would law enforcement agencies be able to apply with the court to impose restrictions on the suspect's right to consult a lawyer. Now, there is the UK's information. The National Security and Investment Act 2021, as well as the Australian law. The act in the US. And under these two pieces of legislation, the court can order disclosure of the dealings between businesses, and this can undermine the confidentiality principle. We respect investments and we provide safeguards for businesses and investments here. So we have not adopted this approach. I believe with passage of the bill, Hong Kong will be a safer and more stable place. Our investors will have greater protection. I'd like to thank the 15 members of the Bills Committee as well as the Electoral Secretariat for their tireless efforts, so that after the marathon-style meetings, we have completed the scrutiny of the bill. I support the bill and the amendments. Mr. Vincent Chang. Thank you, Deputy President. We are now resuming the second reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill today. This is a historic moment. I'd like to thank the 15 members of the Bills Committee for their tireless efforts in examining the bill. They've put forward a lot of suggestions. The administration will propose some amendments. I'd also like to thank the government for realizing this goal. It's been a long-awaited one, 27 years after return to the motherland. Well, I feel honored to be able to take part in this meaningful work of examining the bill. It is important to explain the details of this bill to the public. I remember back then I visited different forums and I asked about whether there is support for Article 23 legislation. At the time, the Hong Kong national security law was not yet enacted. The clear answer, however, was that we should enact on Article 23 as quickly as possible. We had the Occupy Central movement in 2014, Mong Kok riot in 2016, and Black Clad violence in 2019. We witnessed how properties were vandalized, including my ward offices. Electoral members, judges, they face international sanctions. Some officers have had their personal data as well as that of the family members disclosed on the internet. They were victims of doxing. Even our family members faced threats. And then some rioters hurled petrol bombs, and they have been sentenced to imprisonment, and there are still those lurking behind the scene with ulterior motive. That is why we need to enact safeguarding national security ordinance as quickly as possible to tackle the increasing national security risk against the complex international landscape. Some foreign forces are still ogling. They want to make a move on us, and they continue to smear us and smear Hong Kong. They also continue to meddle with the internal affairs of our country and the relationship between our country and Hong Kong. In fact, some foreign politicians have talked about how their interests will be undermined after this bill has been passed. I think this is nothing but slinging mud on us. This is a threat on the interests of our citizens. As a Chinese citizen, it is important that we all fulfill our obligation to safeguard national security. I give my unwavering support to the bill today, exactly for this reason. We need to plug the loophole and address the shortcomings and inadequacies in national security in Hong Kong. We must do it as quickly as possible. Deputy President, this bill contains provisions that will keep us safe, such as new offenses of insurrection, etc. During the public consultation, 13,000 submissions were received, the majority of which are in support of the enactment of NS legislation. This is also the majority view. It is loud and clear that Hong Kong people support this bill. I've been told by many Hong Kong people that we should proceed with it as quickly as possible. Now, I give my astonishing support to the bill, and I also thank the government for taking on board the members' views. They have proposed 91 amendments. Now, after passage of the bill, we must bear in mind that the objective of the bill is to establish and improve the legal system and enforcement mechanism our national security, so as to better prevent, suppress, and punish acts and activities endangering national security, and better protect those who live, work, and study in Hong Kong, so that they can continue to enjoy their lawful rights, so that our assets, properties, investments can have the proper safeguards. And only with this piece of legislation can we effectively tackle acts and activities endangering national security. And only when that happens can we strive for economic development.
Mr. Chen Kim-po, thank you. This legislation has been outstanding for more than 20 years, and that leaves Hong Kong vulnerable to actions from external forces. With this bill, we can plug the loophole in national security, and we can ensure our long-term stability without worrying about interference from foreign forces, and then we can focus on the economy. The drafting of this bill is in line with common law conventions and international practice. This bill covers a number of national security offenses. The bill also takes into account Hong Kong's unique status, our links with the overseas community. So there are high thresholds for offenses. All in all, the bill strikes a balance between national security and protection of human rights. This bill is in line with international practice and protects business interests. Western countries take national security seriously. As early as the 18th century, some Western countries passed laws on sedition and other national security offenses. Some countries have more than a dozen national security laws, and those countries keep updating their laws to better protect themselves. Every country has the right to enact their own laws on national security. Hong Kong also has the right to legislate for national security. The national security law has been around for 3 years. There is transparency in court proceedings. Law enforcement agencies follow the legal protocol. This shows Hong Kong can handle national security cases. National security matters, but some people don't know well how that works. So let me illustrate how national security matters for the economy. Hong Kong and Singapore are both part of the four Asian dragons. Before 1997, Hong Kong and Singapore were neck and neck. But then after 1997, we have been marking time. It took immense effort just for us to go ahead with major infrastructure projects. But let's look at Singapore. No foreign interference. They can focus on their economy. Singapore's economy has overtaken Hong Kong. Wages are higher in Singapore than in Hong Kong. The median wage is around 30,000 Hong Kong dollars in Singapore, whereas in Hong Kong, the median wage is 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. We need national security before we can talk about economic prosperity. Once this bill is passed, we can focus on the economy. We can make up for lost time and unrealized economic development. Some people worry about inadvertent breaches. The government has done its part in allaying concerns. We follow common law conventions. It's for the prosecution to prove criminal actions and criminal intent. Those without a criminal intent will not be caught. This bill also includes a public interest defense, and that's the defense for specified disclosure in relation to state secrets. Now, for unlawful acquisition of state secrets, having no knowledge about that is a defense, so there will be no inadvertent breaches. The thresholds for conviction are high. For external interference, there are 3 elements: collaboration with external forces, improper means, and acting with interference effect. You need all 3 elements proved before a conviction can be secured. So with all those safeguards, people will not get caught inadvertently. That should be enough to reassure the public and businesses. We have had marathon meetings. We covered all those provisions, 181 clauses. Still, the Bills Committee stuck to the highest standards in scrutinizing every clause, in clarifying every concern, and urged the government to move amendments. So our bill can stand any test. Our officials and the Electrical Secretariat worked hard. I thank them. I fully support the bill. Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you, Deputy President. Today, we are discussing Article 23. Legislating for Article 23 is our constitutional duty. I'm emotional at seeing that we are getting this job done. Back in 2003, we know what happened. Article 23 became a taboo in politics. The opposition camp used that to label people in support of Article 23. Even mentioning of Article 23 drew criticism. In 2020, the national security law was promulgated, and then we had this improved electoral system. So now we have a highly productive legislature. I thank the Bills Committee for holding marathon meetings over 7 days. They worked tirelessly. Members scrutinized the bill with care. Members who are not on the Bills Committee also did their job. We have been promoting this bill. There is strong popular support, but that doesn't mean smooth sailing. There are external forces with ulterior motives, and that includes some local media. These people spread false messages. Some people wondered why the rush. So some people with ulterior motive said the government is trying to ram this bill through. That warranted a good explanation. We are seeing speed because the government has been working with the legislature. The president of LegCo explained, we are following the rules. I asked the doubters, what are you waiting for then? We are saying the sooner we can get the bill through, the better. That's why LegCo held meetings over the weekend in a way allowed under the rules of procedure. There was a public consultation. It has never been a question of whether to go ahead with the bill, because we all agree we should go ahead. So the focus has been on the clauses instead. Occasionally, there are false news reports. There are claims about banning social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and the following day, that media outlet apologized for the false report, but the damage has already been done. That's why legislators have to explain the bill to people. Other members have explained the implications of national security for the economy. Now I turn to the speed and the risks we can anticipate. Let's learn from the past. 2014, 2019, we saw different issues. External forces try to dig up issues. In 2012, national education, and then 2016, the Mong Kok riots, 2019, the Fugitive Offenders Ordinance. Every time those incidents blew up, external forces try to dig up incidents. And then the government stuck to the old ways and became ossified. That meant the government was too slow to adapt. And there's a person with a surname Tai. He came up with 10 steps to mutual destruction. This man tried to attack our legal system and government departments to pressurize the central authorities. They had an entire plan, a sham bills committee, training in the use of force, riots, forcing the central authorities' hand. Let's learn from the past. We cannot repeat the same mistakes. The earlier we get the bill through, the sooner we mitigate the risks. There is necessity and urgency in this bill. I support my firm support for the bill. I thank the central authorities. Every time when Hong Kong is in its hour of need, politically or economically, the central authorities lend its helping hand. I hope everyone in Hong Kong can remember that help. I so submit. Dr. David Lam.
Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. China is a country, a major power with a very long history. We have witnessed the unification and separation of the country. We have seen hundreds of years where the country was caught in warring states, and there were also turmoil in various dynasties, and also invasion by foreign powers, and also the warring warlords. Whenever there is instability, there would be carving up of territory, death of people, and loss of property. Only when there is national security can we protect the life and properties of the people and ensure development interests. As a result, national security has an overriding importance. 5 years ago, we have experienced a catastrophe. Railways, airports, roads were damaged or blocked. Courtrooms, police stations, electrical were vandalized or occupied. Now, mainland students who studied in Hong Kong had to evacuate under the protection of the police. Foreign nationals or mainlanders were attacked. Now, on the streets, we saw slogans asking for the US Army to lead the way. It highlights the gap of national security. We lack a dedicated piece of legislation to safeguarding national security. After the promulgation of the Hong Kong NSL, we are returning to peace. Now we need a comprehensive set of law to protect national security. This is an overdue homework we have yet to complete. Now, in the contemporary world, in modern countries, there are usually national security legislations to protect national security, protecting the country from infiltration by foreign elements and also from internal disruption. I don't see why Hong Kong can be an exception. The legislative process of the bill has been detailed, highly efficient, and there are well-defined interpretation for terminologies like international organization and so on. Now, the purpose of the bill is to suppress, prevent, and punish national security offenses. Security is the cornerstone of a good life. With stability, we can engage in medical healthcare reform. We can deploy resources to train up doctors and nurses so that they can serve without worries. This is also the foundation for medical science development. Under this term of the government, as well as the hard work of the Bills Committee, we are now debating on the second reading of the bill. Now, this is the foundation for Hong Kong's return to stability and prosperity. I support the bill because I love my country, I love my home. This is the historical task upon our shoulder. I support the bill. Let's pass the bill as soon as possible and protect the country and our home. Dr. Dennis Lam, Deputy President. At last, today, we are able to debate Article 23 in the chamber. This is 27 years overdue. Finally, we are rising up to the cause in 528's decision and also the Hong Kong NSL. Being involved in the legislative process of Article 23 is my honor. This is also the historic mission for this term of LegCo members. Let's turn over a new page for Hong Kong. Legislation for Article 23 is how we are upholding our constitutional obligation. It is also how we can uphold national safety as well as ensure the prosperity of the country in Hong Kong. After decades of consideration and discussion, especially after 2014 and 2019, the public appreciates more the importance of national security, and there is wide consensus on the legislation. The consensus is as soon as possible. In the two sessions, President Xi mentioned that we have to grasp the prioritized mission of high-quality development. We have to consider the local characteristics in boosting productivity. We have to seize the trend in economic developments and enhance confidence in society. Rule of law and national security are the key attractions for international and mainland investors. Article 23 legislation will remove these elements of anxiety and boost investment confidence by creating a highly efficient and safe investment environment. It will promote Hong Kong's integration into the national development blueprint so that we can seize the opportunity of high-quality development. The Bill's Committee on Safeguarding National Security Bill spent 7 days to call hundreds of meetings and spent 50 hours on scrutinizing each clause of the bill. In the process, we saw how diligent and how efficient the Council was. It rises up to the aspiration of the public. It also showcased the commitment to upholding national security by the government. The answers given by the administration alleviated the concerns in the public. It is common practice to legislate for national security issues. For example, Singapore, Japan, the US, the UK, there are a large number of laws. And apparently, in some jurisdictions, their laws are harsher than ours. There are at least 21 similar legislations in the US, 14 for the UK, and 9 for Canada, and 2 for New Zealand. And for Asian countries, Singapore has 6 pieces of legislation in national security. This is how they make use of law to suppress and punish national security offenses. This is a common sense. Article 23 has an impact on the future of Hong Kong. It is also important for our long-term development strategy. It is a boost of confidence for our development. It also embodies the spirit of human rights and freedom. Now, with that, we can scale new heights under one country, 2 systems, because we can refocus our energy on improving livelihood and economy and add to the sense of gains and happiness of the people here. I support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Rockchan. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill and the various amendments. Fulfilling our constitutional duty in upholding national security is important for the success of one country, 2 systems. Some question, with the promulgation of the Hong Kong NSL, is it still necessary to engage in local enactments of Article 23? The answer is positive. The earlier, the better. Article 23 upholds the highest principle of one country, 2 systems. For the 5 national security offenses not yet covered by the Hong Kong NSL, the bill will address these offenses. It is compatible with the Hong Kong NSL. Together with Article 23 and the Hong Kong NSL, the law will plug the gap in national security, and this is the final piece of puzzle. It aligns with the common law practice. In the drafting process, the government has made reference to Western countries which have a history of national security legislation. These countries include the US, the UK, and Australia. Combining their experience and our actual circumstances, relevant offenses are added. This will meet our local needs while aligning with international practice. It is a civilized approach in legislation to protect freedom and liberties. Now, the entire process is careful and transparent. The government has listened to the questions and views put forward by the public and council members. Answers were given and clarifications were made. In the end, 91 amendments were moved to cater for the aspirations of the public. A balance has been struck. It shows good communication and the democratic process. The objective of the bill is to protect the safety of the country and Hong Kong. It only targets a minority which endanger national security. The conviction threshold is high. The innocent will not be caught. The legislation will ensure long-term prosperity of the territory. Upon implementation of the legislation, it will not dampen investment sentiments by international investors. On the contrary, it will create a favorable environment for foreign investors to invest in Hong Kong. Their freedom and their property will be safeguarded. After the passage of the law, we will refocus our energy on economic development by showcasing our positions under the National 14th Five-Year Plan. We will pursue high-quality growth. This is a new era. I am confident in the future. I so submit I staunchly support the bill and the amendments.
Mr. Dominic Lee.
At this historical juncture, let's take a moment here to ponder a fundamental question. Why must we step forward today to fortify our city with this national security law? Is it just a task handed to us because of our constitutional duty? Or is it our calling, our mission that speaks to the heart of what truly defines Hong Kong? In 2019, influenced by foreign entities, rioters took it to the streets. They caused damage. They vandalized railways. They blocked major roads. And they even stormed this ferry chamber in order to force the government to meet the demands. When the average citizens who disagreed with the rioters' demands stood up against them, those citizens were beaten up. They were burned alive. Then they were even stoned to death. People of Hong Kong lived in fear for almost 2 years. Now, as lawmakers, can we allow the fabric of our society to remain at risk from such turmoil? The answer is no. We cannot. And indeed, we will not let that happen again. Let's not forget, national security laws are not something that's unique to Hong Kong. They are a global standard and a crucial element of any society that holds dear its peace and its people's safety. Because if people don't feel safe speaking their mind, how can we truly lay claim to the freedom soul we cherish? And without the assurance of safety, how can the virtue of democracy even begin to thrive? Madam President, that is why I find it so hypocritical when Western politicians like Chris Patten and David Cameron criticize our legislation while turning a blind eye to similar, more severe laws in our own country, like the National Security Act that was enacted just last July. And its ally, the United States, even has more than 20 pieces of legislation that are related to national security. So why is it okay for the US and the UK to have their own security laws, but it's not okay for China and Hong Kong to have ours? Why is it that only Western countries deserve to keep the country safe, but not other nations? And to those who criticize the pace of this legislation, I say, look, in the aftermath of 9/11 in 2001, the United States enacted the Patriot Act, a law that granted unprecedented powers to law enforcement agencies within only 3 days. 3 days. And yet during that time, why didn't we see Time Magazine, Bloomberg, nor The Economist write about the legislative process being hasty? And why didn't we see Stephen Roach having any problem with the fact that the Congress passed the legislation with virtually no debate? Isn't that an obvious double standard? Madam President, as we stand on the brink of enacting the Safeguarding National Security Ordinance today, let us embrace this milestone with conviction. This law is set to complete Hong Kong's national security framework, shield our beloved city, and enable us to pour our heart and soul into what we cherish the most, our economy, the happiness of our people, and unshakable stability that will be the envy of the world. For isn't it the dream of every person here today to witness a Hong Kong that stands resilient and filled with hope? Isn't it the dream of every person in this chamber here today that we can shape the future of our city with our own hands, drawing strength from our collective resolve? And isn't it the dream of every person here today that we stand in this historical moment knowing that protecting our city's safety and wealth is more than our responsibility, but it's our burning desire? Madam President, now is the time, Hong Kong, to decide our fate, to unite as one, and to declare boldly to the world that we are prepared for what's next, and that next starts right here and right now. With our unity and this new law, we will advance with courage. We will leap forward with determination. We will turn every obstacle into stepping stone. We will make Hong Kong reach new heights. We will build a proud legacy for generations to come. Thank you, and may God bless our beautiful nation.
易志明議員。Mr. Frankie Yik. Madam President, I speak in support of this bill. This is the Safeguarding National Security Bill. From members who have spoken, they've put forward a lot of invaluable views, so I'm not going to repeat them here. On behalf of the transport sector, I'd like to put forward our views on the matter. I suppose we all have fresh in our minds what happened in 2019. The transport sector bore the brunt. Roads were blocked. So in the end, drivers couldn't get the job done. It was a great inconvenience to members of the public as well. Public transport drivers were beaten up. They were the innocent ones. Drivers were deterred to come to work, or they worked in fear. Some public transport vehicles were vandalized. Some were set ablaze. Insurance companies would not pay out because of damage caused by riots. The public transport owners would need to bear the costs. Now, for taxis and minivans in Hong Kong, they were mostly operated by individual owners. They struggled to make ends meet as well. Now, with the restructuring of the public transport system, they have their market share is getting ever smaller. And because of the Black Clad riot, they couldn't even rely on the public transport vehicles to make a living. When your life and your property were at stake, how could you make a living? The transport sector, in light of what happened in 2019, would give our full support to the bill so as to give Hong Kong a stable and safe business environment. We were once called one of the 4 Asian tigers. Our economic development proceeded rapidly, but because of different problems such as filibustering in the council, as well as bickering in society, Black Clad riot in 2019 and COVID-19 pandemic, our economy had come to a standstill. Even the electrical complex was heavily vandalized to the extent that we could not hold council meetings here. The chief executive has said that we should complete this legislation as quickly as possible so as to focus on economic development. The Liberal Party is all for this statement. In order to do that, we should complete legislation as quickly as possible to ensure stability and prosperity in Hong Kong. Legislating on Article 23 is not something evil. It targets a minority of elements. There are similar laws enacted in other jurisdictions. In fact, we've made reference to the laws in other countries. We drawn up the bill in light of the circumstances in Hong Kong. This bill does not target the ordinary members of the public, but those with ulterior motive have spread misleading news and rumors about the bill. So after passage of the bill, the government should further publicize and educate the public about the details. The rebuttal team should maintain its operation for longer so as to dispel rumors and address misunderstandings. I thank the 15 members of the Bills Committee and the Legislative Council Secretariat for the tireless efforts during the marathon meetings so that this bill could be examined expeditiously. I support the early passage of the bill. I also support the second, third reading as well as passage of the bill. Mr. Holden Chow.
I fully support the passage of the bill today, the enactment of laws under Article 23 legislation. I'm deeply honored to be a member of the Bills Committee for the Safeguarding National Security Bill. As the chairman of the Bills Committee, Mr. Martin Liao rightly pointed out, the Bills Committee indeed cautiously and diligently scrutinized the bill. For almost 50 hours, we have raised more than 1,000 queries. We do cover many meaningful questions, and I'm so impressed by, first, the tremendous effort made by the government team working round the clock in preparing for the draft bill and addressing us in the course of the meetings. Second, we did offer our opinion to the government as regards a wide range of provisions, including, say, the full coverage of prosecution and public officers dealing with cases concerning national security to protect them from doxing and threatening. We appreciate the government rightly taking on board our opinion and make appropriate amendments swiftly. This actually showcases our decent interactions between the government and LegCo, as well as the spirit of good governance. Like many of you here, I do notice there have been a lot of falsehoods and smearing maliciously made by foreign governments, politicians, and Western pundits. And I think it's time for us to refute their groundless accusations and set the record straight. First, make no mistake, for the offense of external interference, the use of improper means, including coercion or threatening, must be proved. So normal communications and activities do not constitute any offense, which is enough to address concerns from international community. Second, unlike what the United Kingdom does in their National Security Act 2023, we don't do polygraph tests. Yes, guys, you hear me. Polygraph tests. In the United Kingdom, the government has a right to demand a person to receive polygraph tests. We don't do that in Hong Kong. Third, for the extension of detention, in some foreign countries like Singapore, under their Internal Security Act, the Singapore government is able to impose an order for detention of not exceeding 2 years without obtaining approval from court. Whereas in our bill, our Hong Kong police must strictly follow the rules to apply to court for obtaining approval for detention, not more than 14 days in total. Our independent judiciary always vet the application to avoid abuse of the system. In the United States, there is so-called FARA, which is the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which stipulates a strict registration system to monitor activities of foreign agents. Likewise, the United Kingdom introduced similar draconian registration system for any foreign power institutions and entities. In Hong Kong, we don't do such registration system. Last but not least, under our bill, for the offense of theft of state secret, the government has embraced the opinion from public and introduced the public interest defense, which rightly strikes a balance between safeguarding national security and public's right to know. Bearing in mind that such a public interest defense is not even expressly included in the National Security Act 2023 in the United Kingdom. In this connection, we attach more importance to freedom of press and human rights than the UK government does. For all the above, it is crystal clear that our Article 23 legislation is more lenient than many other foreign countries. Our legislation strictly complies with human rights practice and international laws. Any ill-intentioned moves by foreign governments attempting to obstruct the passage of the bill will be doomed to fail. We have been waiting for more than 20-odd years to discharge our constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23. Our unwavering commitment to safeguarding our national security are supported by the vast majority of Hong Kong people people from all walks of life. You may note from the 13,000 pieces of submissions received by the government at the end of the public consultation. The U.S. Consul General in Hong Kong falsely accused of Article 23 legislation and even called for release of Jim Lai, trampling our rule of law. The more they do on smearing our Article 23 legislation, the more we perceive the imminent need to improve our safeguarding national security system, to keep malicious foreign interference, espionage, and sabotage at bay. We all recall the chaos back in 2019. That is enough to explain the need to safeguard our national security. Upon the passage of the bill today, we can focus on developing our economy. The safer we are, the better our economy. Thank you, Madam President.
朱國強議員，多謝主席。本人同教聯
Mr. Chu Kwok-kang. Thank you. The Federation of Education Workers and I support legislating for Article 23, which is our constitutional duty. We saw the unlawful Occupy Central movement and then the 2019 riots. We know the harm such threats can do. Many teachers and students were incited. They were incited to engage in violent acts trying to cause secession. And then those people paid a heavy price. After 2019, the education sector learned that we need to keep our country safe before we can keep our home safe. So the education sector worked hard on raising national security awareness and enhancing a sense of national identity. At different levels of schooling, new joiners among the teachers need to pass the basic law test and the national security law test. This bill converges with the national security law. The two laws will work together. They will go hand in hand. For this bill, the government has looked at overseas laws. This bill has widespread support. The presidents of many universities openly stated their support for the bill. They also acknowledged the necessity of this bill. This bill will not cause any adverse effect on overseas recruitment or academic exchanges. We need national security before prosperity can follow. I hope that the government can work on education, on national security after the bill is passed, with a focus on teachers and students. After the bill is passed, we will have a complete legal system for keeping our country safe. We need an education that can also keep up. We need national security education that's easy to follow, that gets the message across. And we also need a targeted approach to train the teachers so that they know about national security and how to teach it to students. Deputy President, on behalf of the education sector, I express my support for the bill. I so submit. Dr. Frankie Ngan. Deputy President, I support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. This bill will help us cope with the current and future national security risks. This bill also closes a loophole in national security. We're also implementing the NPC decision on May 28th. We're also discharging our constitutional duty. This bill strikes a balance between national security and the rights and freedoms of Hong Kong residents. This bill will help foster our economy and good for our long-term prosperity and enduring success of one country, two systems. Since this legislative exercise started, I have been gauging views. I shared my thoughts with the residents of Kowloon East. I talked to residents about the contents of the bill. Many people told me we had the 2014 incident and then the 2019 riots. People saw the harm and the threat that came out of national security threat. Rioters caused extensive damage to Hong Kong. They damaged MTR stations, bus stops, traffic lights, and the airport. People could not travel. Malls had to close. There were class suspensions in 2019. People's lives were seriously disrupted. We need national security before development can happen. 2019 was a painful lesson. From that episode, people have learned the importance of national security. Nobody wants to see the recurrence of those riots. Nobody wants to see any more infighting. We need to focus on the economy and deliver a better life for people. Without plugging the national security loophole, there will be people exploiting that. So there is urgency in getting this bill through. Geopolitics is getting more complex. There is necessity and urgency in this bill. We are reaching the home stretch. The sooner we get the bill through, the sooner we mitigate the national security risks, and then we can fulfill our constitutional duty. We close the loophole, and then we can focus on the economy and improve people's lives. I so submit, Deputy President, Mr. Edward Leung.
President, today we are here to discuss the National Security Law Bill, a critical piece of legislation under Article 23. I am truly honored to express my unwavering support for this bill. The need for national security legislation in Hong Kong has become abundantly clear, especially in the wake of the destructive riots that unfolded in 2019. These events have served as a stark reminder of the grave consequences that can arise when the security of a nation is uncompromised. It is our solemn duty to ensure the safety of our beloved city. During the consultation stage of Article 23, we witnessed an overwhelming surge of support from our local community. The people of Hong Kong have recognized the importance of national security legislation. However, it saddens me to see certain international media outlets propagating biased narratives and attempting to undermine the legitimacy of Article 23 and instilling fear among the public. It is necessary to underscore that the preservation of national security is a global imperative, with numerous countries having enacted their own national security laws to protect their interests and ensure the well-being of their citizens. Hong Kong is no exception. The enactment of our own national security legislation is vital to the prosperity of our beloved city. I understand that some citizens may have concerns regarding the impact of these legislations on Hong Kong's international perception. However, it is important to note that the foreign chambers of commerce, despite political differences, wholeheartedly agree with the necessity for Hong Kong to take decisive legislative action. National security laws are commonplace around the world, and foreign businesses are used to operating within such legal frameworks. They understand that this action will foster a secure and stable environment for business and investment. In conclusion, the National Security Law Bill will contribute to the prosperity and well-being of our beloved city. I'm honored to express my wholehearted support for this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Kingsley Wong, Deputy President, as a member in the 7th-term Legislative Council, it is my greatest honor to participate in the legislative work for Article 23. This is a task imposed on us 27 years ago. I feel the gravity of the mission. I thank the BC members and the Secretariat for engaging in a marathon scrutiny process. For all the concerns and unclear parts, the governments have made clarification. For the constructive amendments, they are incorporated into the bill. This is a high-quality process for scrutinizing the bill. Having experienced the 2019 Color Revolution trauma, we all understand the necessity and urgency of national security. With no country, there is no home. With no national security, there is no one country, two systems, and the long-term prosperity we enjoy. If you look at the Middle East and other places at war, people are driven out of their home and their safety are at risk. So this highlights the importance of national security. This is the cornerstone for a life and a career. Now, we appreciate the law drafting process. The DOJ has made reference to the relevant common law jurisdiction like Singapore, Canada, and the US, and adapted the law to suit the reality in Hong Kong. Now, under the Basic Law, the International Covenant on Civil Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the rights and liberties in terms of society, speech, and publication enshrined in these covenants are all upheld. The government has struck a balance between national security and personal freedom. It is an effective piece of law. Now, since the gazetting of the bill, external forces, foreign governments, and even absconders have been calling for sanctions on the relevant officials. It just highlighted the urgency to legislate for national security. We have to keep our defense up and focus on economic development. I so submit. Mr. Portier. Deputy President, finally, this is the last mile. I'm thankful to all the members, some 80 of them who have spoken before me. They have painted a comprehensive picture. Now, 3 members spoke in Putonghua and another 6 members spoke in English. Now, for those who speak Putonghua, English, or Cantonese, everyone can understand the policy intent of Article 23 and also the support behind the bill. I am no exception. Now, this bill is unique in that we have never legislated in this pace. It's not about time. We have spent a lot of hours on scrutinizing the bill, but the pace is unprecedented. Was there a particular reason? Now, the official story is as soon as possible, as early as possible. Now, from the Central People's Government's point of view, they look at the matter from a different altitude, so there must be a reason. So the nation has been breaking away from the pace set by the Western hegemonies. We can choose our own pace. So I think this pace we have chosen was necessary. So in the future, we may have a clearer understanding on why this pace is necessary. Deputy President, many members have taken different perspectives in debating the bill. They include Mr. Holden Chow, Doreen Kong, Mr. Ambrose Lam. They have shed light on the bill by comparing the bill with national security laws in other common law jurisdictions. It is reassuring for the Hong Kong citizen. Every time when we have a new piece of law, we would ask, what about the UK, the US, and even Singapore? How do they do it? Every country, every jurisdiction has their own needs. Now, we are now confident enough to avoid relying too much on other jurisdictions' legislation in terms of punishments and the details. We have a successful common law system. Now, for those who have read the judgments rendered by our judges in details, and for every legal professional, they would understand that the integrity of rule of law in Hong Kong has been upheld, and we are adhering to the common law traditions that we were blessed with. Now, as Michael Tian said, this is just the beginning. More importantly, like Mr. Perry, you said, we have to focus on explaining the law to the public and also how we can ensure that the legal sector can keep up. And in terms of our courts, we have to ensure that the judges can rule on national security cases by upholding the common law tradition with confidence. If you look at several cases in recent times, for example, the Tam Tak Chi case, and also the Tong Yin Kit case, you would see how careful our judges have been. Under unprecedented pressure, they have done a good job in interpreting the case law and adhering to the common law tradition. In an unprecedented manner, they have jammed together two systems perfectly, and the results were admirable. It gave us confidence. After the passage of the bill, we can put down our burdens. Back in 2014, we had the Occupy Central movement. At the time, I was at the forefront. I was involved in the injunction order. Now, I was the chairman of the Bills Committee of the extradition bill, but in the end, the Bills Committee was foiled. Now, we don't have to explain again why we need national security law. Now, let's unite together and show the world that we need this piece of law. It is necessary. Let's work together to scale new heights. Thank you.
Does any other member in the chamber who hasn't yet spoken? So all members have spoken. I now call upon the Secretary for Security to reply, and then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Thank you, President. First of all, I would like to thank all members of the Council for speaking in the debate, because in your speech, you have been unreservedly supporting the bill. The SAR government launched a public consultation exercise on legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law at the end of January. In the 2 months that followed, the Legislative Council, LESCO, the SAR government, members of the public, and all sectors in the community worked hard together. Finally, we're resuming the second reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill, the bill. The purpose of this legislation is to fulfill our constitutional duty as required under Article 23 of the Basic Law, the decision of the National People's Congress on establishing and improving the legal system and enforcement mechanisms for the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region to safeguard national security, that's the 528 decision, and the Hong Kong National Security Law, NSL, to implement the Article 23 of the Basic Law. This is an important milestone for the full and accurate implementation of one country, two systems of the SAR. Here, allow me to first express my gratitude to Mr. Martin Lau, Chairman of the Bills Committee on Safeguarding National Security Bill, and all BC members, as well as the Secretary and Legal Advisor of LESCO, for their relentless effort in the past week. The BC held 22 meetings in a matter of 7 days. These were 44 hours of intensive meetings. Counting also the meetings of the subcommittee to study matters relating to Basic Law Article 23 legislation, there was a total of 50 hours of deliberations. The BC completed with great efficiency the scrutiny of the bill, which contains 181 clauses, including corresponding amendments to 28 ordinances in 67 clauses. The BC then reported to the House Committee on the 15th of March and expressed its support for the resumption of the second reading of the bill. The bill is the outcome of the concerted effort of all sectors in Hong Kong and is also the homework in relation to legislating for Article 23 that the SAR government has been striving hard to take forward. Since the implementation of the Hong Kong NSL, the SAR government has been actively preventing, suppressing, and punishing acts and activities that endanger national security in accordance with the Hong Kong NSL and by invoking existing laws. The SAR government has also been pressing ahead with the legislative exercise for Article 23 to come up with effective and practical legislative proposals. Apart from an effective response to past and present national security risks and threats, the bill seeks to be forward-looking to respond to other possible risks in the future. At the end, after considering the content, practical experience, and court rulings of Hong Kong NSL and other relevant laws on safeguarding national security, the relevant laws and implementation experience of our country and other countries, as well as the actual circumstances of Hong Kong in recent years, the SAR government formulated the legislative proposal for Article 23 of the Basic Law. We also launched a public consultation exercise from the 30th of January to the 20th of February this year. During the public consultation, Secretary for Justice, myself, and other relevant officials conducted close to 30 briefing sessions to explain the proposal to different sectors. We appeared in various media interviews and distributed over 25,000 copies of the consultation documents and publicity leaflet. We also publicized other materials and information through various channels, including the media, in the hope of helping the public to grasp the proposal and give their views. We received over 13,000 submissions from the public consultation. 98.6% of the submissions expressed support and put forward positive views. This is testimony to the strong and real public support for the legislation and the realization of the public of the importance of this task to safeguard national security. During and after the consultation, the Security Bureau SB and the Department of Justice DOJ worked non-stop and at full speed to analyze and consider views collected and completed the drafting of the bill. The bill was gazetted and introduced to LegCo on the 8th of March. The bill has more than 180 clauses to put in place a precise and comprehensive legislation for implementing the requirements of Article 23, 528 decision, and Hong Kong SAL. It is a bill that allows effective response to situations that the Hong Kong SAL may face now and in the future. The bill is also a response to the aspirations of the public for a law to safeguard national security. The bill, if passed and enacted, will ensure convergence, compatibility, and complementarity with Hong Kong NSL. Together, they will form a complete legal system to safeguard national security. Since our reunification more than 26 years ago, there is finally a complete overhaul of the legal system to safeguard national security in the SAR. The SAR government fully appreciates the wish of the public to safeguard national security. At the same time, they are concerned if the legislation may affect their rights and freedoms. The bill has catered fully to the concerns of the public. First, the preamble of the bill stresses that it is a must to protect the lawful rights and interests of the residents of the Hong Kong SAR and other people in the SAR. It is also a must to ensure the property and investment in the SAR are protected by the law. In the preliminary of the bill, the principles of the ordinance are clearly stated. There is special emphasis on respecting and protecting human rights in accordance with the law, including the rights and freedoms enjoyed under the Basic Law, the provisions of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights as applied to Hong Kong. There must also be adherence to the principle of the rule of law in preventing, suppressing, and punishing acts and activities endangering national security. This will then give peace of mind to the public. The bill adopts the conventional drafting approach in line with the common law system. For some key and important terms and concepts, there are detailed definitions to spell out clearly the elements of the various offenses that includes actus reus and mens rea, such as intention, knowledge, recklessness, etc. There are also appropriate exceptions and defense provisions. This is to ensure a targeted response to acts and activities endangering national security. Law-abiding citizens will not be caught by the law inadvertently. It should be noted that many of the offenses in the bill are based on existing offenses. The bill aims only to refine and improve these offenses. In some cases, the penalties for offenses endangering national security are increased for a stronger deterrent effect. Apart from stating offenses clearly, The bill also provides for powers of enforcement, judicial proceedings, and other legal systems for safeguarding national security and measures of the enforcement mechanisms. All powers, procedures, and measures have been carefully considered and formulated. There are specific provisions for specific conditions to be met before measures can be deployed, restrictions that may be imposed, and permission that needs to be sought by organs and agencies. Restrictions must be related to safeguarding national security, and the extent of restrictions must be such as necessary for safeguarding national security. On provisions related to court proceedings, the main purpose is that under the principle of ensuring a fair trial, the relevant cases could be heard in court as soon as possible. This is in line with the requirement of Article 43 of HK NSL for a case to be handled in a fair and timely manner. The bill also gives better protection to defendants on their right to a fair trial by judicial organs without delay in accordance with Article 87 of the Basic Law. When we introduced the bill, we specifically included a document on the relationship between safeguarding national security and protecting human rights. It is annexed to the LegCo brief. The annex elaborates on how the proposed offences, various powers, procedures, and measures fully comply with human right protection under the Basic Law. The Safeguarding National Security Bill targets only a handful of organizations and individuals that endanger national security. It aims to effectively prevent, suppress, and punish unlawful acts that endanger national security. The bill aims to better protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of individuals and ensure that properties and investment in the Hong Kong SAR are protected by the law. If national security is safeguarded, there will be a better business environment for businesses operating in Hong Kong. 98.6% of the views received during the public consultation expressed support and gave positive views in relation to the legislative exercise. We can see the legislative proposal is supported by the majority in the community. During the scrutiny of the bill, various sectors in the public expressed support for the bill. In different sectors, including major chambers of commerce, the legal profession, the media, youth sectors, other professional sectors, and political parties, all spoke up in support of the early passage of the bill. So there is strong consensus in the community for Article 23 legislation. It is what the people want. I must point out again, as we drop law to safeguard national security, this is the basic national policy of all countries around the world. Western countries such as the US, the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, they all have legislation to safeguard national security. They have set up the reference enforcement agencies, and then on the relevant legislation to safeguard national security for other countries. This is spelled out in detail in the consultation document, so the public are getting to understand more about it. And in the drafting process, we've also made reference to the reference provisions in the national security legislation in other common law jurisdictions. We make sure that our practice is consistent with that of other common law jurisdictions. Of course, we are not copying words from words. We have carefully considered the actual circumstances of Hong Kong. We have look at the experience overseas as we draft a bill that best suits Hong Kong. Now, on the content of the bill, we're proposing to enact a new safeguarding national security ordinance. The Hong Kong NSL already has provisions covering secession and subversion. So therefore, we are not duplicating legislation on these two offences. For other acts prohibited under Article 23, that is treason, sedition, theft of state secrets, prohibition of foreign political organizations and bodies from conducting political activities in the SAR, and prohibition of SAR political organizations and bodies from establishing ties with foreign political organizations or bodies. All these offences are covered in the bill. At the same time, the bill has regard to the actual needs of the SAR. We have also made reference to the experience of other jurisdictions, and then we have included some new offences in the bill. For example, sabotage, endangering national security, doing acts endangering national security in relation to computers or electronic systems, and external interference, endangering national security, and so on. So these offenses are to make sure that we could meet the actual needs of Hong Kong in safeguarding national security. Here, I must stress again, there are several offenses of concern to the public. Offenses relating to seditious intention that I have stressed many times. On anti-China forces are resorting to various means to incite hatred against the fundamental system of the country and the central and SAR authorities. They also distort legal viewpoints to glorify violence, and then subconsciously they try to undermine the people's awareness of abiding by the law. This is to sow the seeds or provide a soil for sowing the seeds for the Hong Kong edition of Colour Revolution. These are seditious acts and publications. Of course, not every time they directly incite people to disrupt public order or use violence, but if we leave these acts be, then over time, there will be more violence and unlawful acts in the community, and then we will suffer turbulence and instability. The position of the SL government is, as pointed out in the bill, that there is no need to prove the intention of someone to incite others to disrupt public order for offenses relating to seditious intention. As for state secrets, that we have specific provisions on the elements that will constitute the offense. The prosecution has to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant has a relevant mens rea and actus reus before a person can be convicted by the court. For organizations engaging in normal business or providing professional service as regulated, they will not be caught inadvertently by the law. As for offenses related to state secrets, the information must fall under one of the 7 categories stated in the bill. And then there must also be the element of a disclosure without lawful authority and the element of a likelihood of endangering national security. And then the person must have knowledge or in committing the offense, or he has the intention of endangering national security. So we have to prove all these points. If someone does not know that the information he discloses is state secrets and he has no intention to endanger national security, he won't be caught by the law. On external interference endangering national security. If someone collaborates with foreign forces and engages in improper means to influence the functions of the SL government, the legislature, and the judicial organ, and that will sabotage and that will prejudice the sovereignty and political independence of a country, thereby endangering national security. Such acts are apparently different from normal international exchanges, including exchanges in areas such as commerce, academics, and culture, conducted in line with the principles of sovereign equality and non-interference under national law. To highlight the nature of endangering national security of the offense of external interference, and upon review, we propose to rename the offense as the offense of external interference endangering national security, with the elements of the offense remaining unchanged. Now, for an organization that meets the definition of external force, if the body does not engage in any unlawful acts, that would not be an offense, and there's no prohibition of connection or establishing ties with that organization. Therefore, normal exchanges will not be affected. The external interference endangering national security offense requires the meeting of 3 conditions before there's a chance of it being an offense. 1 is collaborating with external forces. 2, the use of improper means, for example, misrepresentation of facts, use of force, threatening someone's property, or damaging someone's reputation. The 3rd condition is with the intention to bring about interference effect. For example, influencing the legislature and the courts in performing the functions or interfering with elections in Hong Kong. Now, apart from these offenses, we want to make sure that the SAR could implement the 528 decision requirements and also the NSL requirements and duties, apart from legislating from Article 23, so that we could improve the legal system for safeguarding national security and as well as the enforcement mechanisms. So in the bill, we also have other provisions in relation to enforcement powers and court proceedings. This is to improve the legal systems and address the shortcomings in the enforcement mechanisms. Now, on enforcement powers and court proceedings in relation to safeguarding national security, the bill brings in items such as if there's need to investigate into offenses endangering national security, we may apply to the court for extension of detention, or we could also, for the same reason, we could apply to the court for imposing restrictions on the consultation of lawyers, and then to prevent or investigate national security offenses, we may apply to the court to impose restrictions on persons on bail. There's also measures to improve the criminal proceedings for offenses related to national security. And we want to crack down on deter and prevent abscondment. So there are relevant law enforcement and court proceedings to cause the abscondees to return, then to receive trial and so on. And so prohibition against certain activities in connection with immovable properties and prohibition in connection with joint ventures or partnership with relevant absconders. Now, if an innocent third party enters into contract agreement or obligation with abscondee before that person becomes an abscondee, then the innocent third party may be regarded as having contravened the offense. So that's why I will be moving amendments. So for the two provisions, there will be exceptions to give protection to the third party. The third party won't be regarded as having contravened the provisions simply because they have entered into contract agreement or obligation with the abscondee before the person becomes an abscondee. And on the mechanism to safeguard national security, the bill gives powers to the chief executive to issue administrative instructions to public servants. This is to require public servants to give all such assistance as necessary for the work of safeguarding national security, and for the better implementation of Article 47 of the NSL, that is the certification system by the chief executive. The chief executive may issue certificate relating to a question of whether there is national security or state secrets involved, or whether or not proceedings have been commenced. And then some members believe that the bill should make reference to other ordinances. The chief executive in council should be empowered to make subsidiary legislation on safeguarding national security. This is to make further provisions for reference national security laws, that is the Hong Kong SA, NSL, and this interpretation, and the actual implementation of the Safeguarding National Security Ordinance. This will allow us to respond to unforeseeable circumstances in future. Some members believe that one of the purposes of enacting a new Safeguarding National Security Ordinance is to fully fulfill our constitutional duties as required under 528 decision and the Hong Kong NSL. And then the Standing Committee of the NPC gave an interpretation of Articles 14 and 47 of the Hong Kong SL on the 30th of December 2022, but such interpretation has not been fully reflected in local legislation. Therefore, these requirements should be incorporated into the bill. This is to ensure that if Hong Kong laws give powers to certain persons in performing certain functions, and when these persons perform the functions or make any decisions regarding those functions, they must respect the judgments and decisions of the National Security Committee in accordance with the law. After review, we believe the two proposals are appropriate and acceptable. We will therefore propose amendments to include these provisions. On empowering the chief executive in council to make subsidiary legislation to safeguard national security. While these amendments have caused some concern to the community, and some deliberately try to discredit this amendment. But so I must make a clarification here. In fact, a legislature may empower an executive to make subsidiary legislation for the better carrying out of the principal legislation. This is an established practice under the common law system. The UK, the US, and other common law jurisdictions have similar practices. Now, for the full implementation of measures to safeguard national security, that means there is need to empower the executive to formulate detailed measures and administrative measures. And then national security risk may come all of a sudden. They cannot be foreseen. So if we empower the chief executive and council to make subsidiary legislation, to formulate detailed implementation measures on the Hong Kong NSL, its interpretation, and the Safeguarding National Security Ordinance, is actually necessary. This is an effective way to implement the national security mechanism, safeguarding mechanism, and to prevent and neutralize any possible risks. Now, subsidiary legislation must be formulated in accordance with the principal legislation. It cannot go beyond the scope of matters regulated under the principal legislation. And also, subsidiary legislation is subject to negative vetting by the legislature. The legislature may pass resolution to amend or repeal the subsidiary legislation. Now, on advice or direction on matters related to national security education, Article 10 of the NSL provides that the SAR shall raise awareness of Hong Kong residents of national security and of the obligation to abide by the law. Members are of the view that to ensure that this requirement is properly implemented, the bill should empower the Chief Secretary for Administration as chair of the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Steering Committee to give direction to any person whom the Chief Secretary considers appropriate for the public communication guidance, supervision, and regulation of national security education. Details will be included in the CSA we're going to move in due course. Apart from offenses and enforcement powers, procedures, and measures, members are very concerned about the disclosure of personal data of officers handling national security cases. Some members are of the view that under certain circumstances, officers handling on national security cases may also be doxed. Although those cases do not concern national security, a party to the case may be a defendant of a case concerning national security. Hence, there is a need to provide greater protection to persons handling on national security cases that involve defendants of national security cases. Therefore, I will move an amendment to clause 111, that is public servants, counsel, or solicitor representing their respective departments, authorities, or law firms signing legal documents in respect of cases concerning national security. The scope will be expanded to cover cases in which the party to the case is a defendant involved in a national security case. I will also propose to add a provision: specified court may on application take anonymity measures and an offense relating to order prohibiting the disclosure of identity. The details are set out in the amendment. From the examples I quoted above, you can see that the Bills Committee scrutinized the bill with great care. In fact, the Bills Committee worked overtime to consider the bill. Members asked more than 1,000 questions. And for some of the clauses, more than an hour was spent on each of them. So definitely the BC considered the bill most carefully. On the policy intent, criminal elements, definition, human rights protection and implementation details, and other issues, members have in-depth discussion on each and every clause in this respect. They've put forward many valuable views, and many of them are good ones that should be adopted. So I will be proposing 91 amendments in the committee stage to amend a part of the bill. I will be explaining the details later. The amendments and the committee stage amendments of the bill have been supported by the Bills Committee. Here, I would like to thank members and all sectors in the committee again for their support of the Article 23 legislation. Hong Kong needs to formulate a comprehensive safeguarding national security law system so that includes offences, enforcement powers, procedures, and measures. This will ensure the full and accurate implementation of one country, two systems, Hong Kong people, ammunition Hong Kong, and high degree of autonomy. This will allow one country systems to sail far and successfully. Then it will also consolidate our rule of law basis. Then the government could turn its focus to economic development and work together with the community on that. And then we could improve people's livelihood, and there will be a safe and happy home for all to live and work in. President, I move the second reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I ask members to support the second reading of the bill and also the amendments I'm going to move later on. And I hope you will give your full support to the enactment of the Safeguarding National Security Ordinance so that we could complete the exercise on our legislative exercise. Thank you.
I now put the question to you that the Safeguarding National Security Bill be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Safeguarding National Security Bill. This Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments, including amendments to headings and new clauses. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 181. Secretary for Security will move amendments to amend a number of clauses and headings and add new clauses. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Security to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I'll call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then deal with the amendments according to the arrangement set out in the appendix to the script. Secretary for Security. Chairman, the 91 amendments to be moved by the government are made in response to the views made by Bills Committee members. The Bills Committee has indicated its support for the amendments. I'll now briefly explain the 20 policy areas involved in the amendments and their purposes. First, the bill includes an exhaustive list of public officers subject to incitement under the offense of disaffection. We propose to add a provision so that the Chief Executive in Council may specify persons of certain categories as public officers subject to incitement in respect of the offense. The specification will be made by way of subsidiary legislation. The purpose of the provision is that for officers of public bodies considered to be of significance to the security or material interest of the Hong Kong SAR, whose disaffection may lead to national security risks, the Chief Executive in Council may specify these persons as public officers not to be subject to incitement. This will prohibit any person from inciting these officers to abandon upholding the basic law and allegiance to the Hong Kong SAR. Second, certain offenses and the heavier punishment in relation to state secrets only apply to the public officers set out in the bill. A provision will be added to empower the CE in Council to make subsidiary legislations to expand the categories of in-scope public officers under the offense.
If certain public bodies are considered more likely to have access to state secrets and stringent regulations on the relevant offices is warranted, the CE in Council may expand the definition of public offices to include these persons by way of subsidiary legislation. Three, on declaration of prohibited places, a provision will be added to explicitly require the CE to make such declarations by order published in the Gazette. 4. On espionage, in particular, the offense of colluding with an external force to publish to the public a statement of fact that is false or misleading. The narrowly defined element of misleading may create a legal loophole which undermines the efficacy of the provision. We therefore propose to delete the definition for the term misleading so that it will be understood in common sense. 5. In relation to the offense of sabotage endangering national security, to clearly spell out that public infrastructure covers public transport infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, and infrastructure for financial services situated in the Hong Kong SAR, we propose to include finance and logistics as examples of public services to show that the definition of public services is broad and that the examples provided are non-exhaustive. 6. Concerning the offense of external interference, to show that the relevant acts of such offense are clearly different from normal international exchanges conducted in line with the principles of sovereign equality and non-interference under international law, and to highlight the nature of endangering national security of the offense of external interference, we propose to rename the offense as external interference endangering national security with the elements of the offense remaining unchanged. 7. On the offense of external interference endangering national security, there is an illustration about using improper means such as causing mental injury to or placing undue mental pressure on a person. To more accurately reflect the government's policy intent and to ensure consistency with the rest of the bill, we propose to revise this part into causing psychological harm to or placing undue psychological pressure on a person. 8. On the prohibition of participation in activities of prohibited organizations in order to protect some members of a dissolved prohibited organization who may participate in the course of the winding up of the organization for legitimate reasons from committing an offense of acting as a member of the prohibited organization. As a result, we propose amendments to provide that doing an act with the prior written permission of the Secretary for Security does not constitute an offense. Under sections 360C and 360N of the Companies Winding Up and Miscellaneous Provisions Ordinance, Cap 32, a company which has become an unlawful society after its registration is cancelled by order made by the Chief Executive in Council may need to participate in the course of the winding up of the company, such as attending the general meeting. We propose an amendment to provide that a person shall not be held criminally liable to the offences related to unlawful societies under the Societies Ordinance and those related to prohibited organizations under the bill. 9. In order for the regulation to also apply to shadow organizations of prohibited organizations and for dissolved prohibited organizations not to give rise to any disputes over the applicability of the offenses related to prohibited organizations, we propose an amendment to add new clauses to cover shadow organization of the prohibited organization, such that in reference to prohibited organizations, the offense also covers the shadow organization thereof. 10. A magistrate may adjourn the hearing of the application for an extension of the detention period for a reasonable period. In order to prescribe a reasonable period, we propose an amendment to provide for a period not exceeding 7 days, starting from the end of the first detention period, and thereafter for a further extension for a period of 7 days, or 14 days from the expiry of the first detention period, whichever the earlier. 11. in order to allow maximum flexibility for the Secretary for Security to take measures against absconders to prevent any circumvention from the relevant measures, we propose deleting the requirement to take measures against the absconders 6 months after the expiry of the issue of warrant. This echoes the views of most of the members of the Bills Committee. 12. On the two measures targeting absconders, that is the prohibition against certain activities in connection with immovable property and prohibition in connection with joint ventures or partnerships with relevant absconders, in order not to cause any impact to third parties that have entered into any contract, agreement, or obligation, we move an amendment to add a clause to stipulate that a person is not to be regarded as having contravened the ordinance for doing such an act. (13) On the temporary removal of an absconder from the office of director, we propose an amendment for a person to exercise powers against an absconder under Hong Kong's laws and the Memorandum of Association, among other regulatory documents governing the company's formation and operation. This arrangement will ensure the continued application of the powers of the company and its shareholders exercisable against certain directors under the common law and documents such as the company's Memorandum of Association. 14. On cancelling the Hong Kong SAR passports of absconders, we propose an amendment to deal with possible applications from absconders for such passports. These applications will be regarded as invalid. 15. Having examined other ordinances, we propose an amendment empowering the CE in Council to make subsidiary legislations for the better carrying into effect of laws to keep our country safe. That is the national security law and its interpretation, and this bill after its passage. This means laying down further rules about these laws' operation to make sure we can effectively cope with unforeseeable scenarios. 16. To fulfill the constitutional duty under the May 28th decision and the national security law and to better reflect the interpretation of Articles 14 and 47 of the NSL adopted by the MPCSC on the 30th of December 2022, we propose an amendment that when Hong Kong's laws confer any function on a person, this person must respect and implement the judgments and decisions of the Committee for Safeguarding National Security in making decisions while performing that function. 17. To ensure better delivery of national security education required under the NSL, we propose an amendment empowering the Chief Secretary for Administration, the Chairman of the Constitution and Basic Law Promotion Steering Committee, to give directions to any person the Chief Secretary considers appropriate for the public communication, guidance, supervision, and regulation of national security education. 18. Officers on a non-national security case also risk being doxxed because a party to the case also stands accused of national security charges in another case. Therefore, we propose an amendment extending the exemption of signing and certifying legal documents in national security cases to specified cases. This means covering non-national security cases where a party also stands accused of national security charges in another case. 19. Officers in non-national security cases also risk being doxxed. Such doxing may pose national security risks. Therefore, we propose an amendment adding a provision that specified court may, on application, take anonymity measures. This will let the court take measures such as making an order prohibiting the disclosure of identity to protect the identity of specified persons. We also propose an amendment setting out the offense of breaching such a court order. Anyone who knows that such an order has been made and discloses the information protected by the order commits an offense. Chairman, the Bills Committee has been briefed on the above amendments. Members stated their support for the amendments. I ask members to support the amendments. Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, Chairman. I support the amendment moved by the Secretary for Security under the lead by the Chairman of the Bills Committee and the Deputy Chair, Mr. Martin Liu and Mr. Gary Chan. We asked almost every single page and clause. At the end of the scrutiny of the bill, it was expressed that targeted questions were asked, valuable opinions were given. I'd like to first speak on two amendments. First of all, on the scope of public officers, in clause 19 and 28 of the bill, it was shown in a table, but considering the hidden risks, severity of the national security risks, some public organization staff members, especially those working in the Airport Authority, SFC, Airport Authority, and Hong Kong Exchange, these organizations have a stake in the national security risks. Other staff members have a higher chance to access state secrets. There will be greater national security risks if the staff members are incited to mutiny. So I think the definition of public officers should be forward-looking. We recommend empowering the Chief Executive and Council by way of subsidiary legislation, expand the scope of the offense of incitement to disaffection, as well as the scope of public officers in order to more effectively implement national security law. I thank the administration for being receptive to our ideas and add clause 19A and clause 29A so that CE in council can, by way of gazettal notice or order, provide a certain type of persons as public officers. The gazettal notice or order is a piece of subsidiary legislation. It will be dealt with by way of negative vetting. The Legislative Council will have power to review the amendments. There are other amendments mentioning Cap 472 in our Development Council ordinance. When public officers are charged with any offense in relation to endangering national security, they will be disqualified. The mechanism of subsidiary legislation will allay the concerns of the community. For example, in Stage 5, in relation to activities endangering national security, the administration thinks that there is no need to, by way of subsidiary legislation, expand the scope of public infrastructures. The administration clarifies the definition of public infrastructures. We need to, first of all, define whether the item being damaged or sabotaged is a public infrastructure. This proves the necessity of giving a clear definition. Hong Kong is an international shipping center. Public transport infrastructures, public financial infrastructures should be covered and protected by the law. So the committee recommends in the definition of public infrastructures, public transport infrastructures should be included. Financial services and logistics services should also be cited as an example. The relevant recommendation has been taken on board by the administration. These are my points about two of the amendments, and in a moment I will speak on other amendments. Thank you, Chairman. Next, Dr. Lo Wai Kok. Chairman, in the committee stage amendment, we need to scrutinize the movement, the amendment moved by the administration. There are some concerns of Part 6 of the bill. Part 6 was some organizations endangering national security. It touches upon Clause 3 of Part 1, that is the definition of international organization, and Clause 52 of Part 6, that is about international organization. In the clause-by-clause scrutiny stage, these definitions seem to be neutral. They don't carry any negative connotations. I also pointed out, under general circumstances, societies in the community will not worry that their exchanges with other international organizations will endanger national security, as these activities will not be in breach of the ordinance. In his reply, the Secretary for Security said that he would further look at the clauses to identify any room for improvement. International organizations and external organizations are neutral. So, for example, external force is neutral. There is no negative connotation. In relation to external interference, I mentioned that the term is neutral. That is collaborating with external force. That is neutral. The administration moved an amendment amending Part 6 to external interference endangering national security and organization engaging in activities endangering national security. And Division 1 will be renamed as external interference endangering national security. This gives a clear definition and nature of the relevant acts. The acts refer to acts that will endanger national security and international organizations that will endanger national security. It does not cover all international organizations. This allays the concern of the public. I think this clarification is very important. I thank the administration for being receptive to our ideas and make relevant amendments. International network is a major component of the fact that Hong Kong will enhance our competitiveness edge. We should encourage such an act. It's important to have clear definition of the words in the bill. The administration should take more steps in order to step up publicity and public education of the bill. This will assuage public concerns, and this will also prevent the distortion of the bill and any smearing against the bill. I support the amendment. Thank you, Chairman. Mrs. Regina Ip. I speak in support of the amendments moved by the Secretary for Security. I also thank the DOJ and the Security Bureau officials for providing very prompt answers and detailed replies in our 7-day meetings. I'd like to point out in Clause 3 and Clause 6, these amendments were moved by me. In Clause 3, brackets 1, it is about international organization. That's about the definition of international organization. My habit is to read the English version first before I go on to the Chinese version. I already asked the DOJ whether the national security law is officially in Chinese or English. As the national security law promulgated by China is different, it only has a Chinese version, whereas the English version is an official translation. The DOJ said that both Chinese and English versions are authentic, they are authoritative. The definition of international organizations was not ideal. It mentions that international organization has members of one or more, and that would cause misunderstanding. So I thank the administration for amending the definition to cover two countries, regions, or places. That is 2 or more of these. In Roman characters, Roman numerals A1 1 and 2, there were repetitions. Well, I think these textual amendments are very important. The national security law attracts worldwide attention, so we need to craft very carefully both the Chinese and the English versions. Both the Chinese and English text should be succinct, clear, so the members of the public as well as reporters from the West will also be able to understand these provisions clearly. In Clause 6, the meaning of external force, about the definition of external force. Brackets B in English is tautological, that is the repetition of something twice. It's impossible to state that an external force is the authority of a region or a place of an external place. I thank the administration for deleting of a region, so the text reads the authority of an external place. That is more succinct. I also made amendment in relation to clause 21. That is about the textual meaning. In clause 41, it's about the theft of espionage. In clause 41, it's about espionage. What defines espionage? In clause 41, subclause 2, brackets A, B, C, they list an examples of espionage. If someone spreads false information, that will also constitute espionage. But I need to emphasize all unlawful activities must carry mens rea, that is a criminal intent. So, criminal intent or recklessness or knowing, these are very important texts in the subclauses. In clause 41 subclauses 4ab, there is bracket C explaining what declaration or material aspect would be misleading. There are Roman numerals 1, 2, 3 explaining what misleading material respect means. That is unclear, unintelligible, ambiguous, or untimely. These are unnecessary. I think we shouldn't need to nail it down so narrowly. So I recommended deleting brackets 3. I will speak on other amendments in a moment. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, Chairman. The Safeguarding National Security Bills Committee finished the scrutiny in a couple of days. Members put forward some views. The administration was receptive to our ideas. I'd like to express some views. On clause 47 of the bill, sabotage endangering national security, it involves acts that endanger or damage public infrastructures. The administration made amendments, that is to add financial infrastructures as well as logistics infrastructures. The reason why I suggested adding financial is that, for example, Hong Kong Exchange and the relevant system are included. I support this amendment. The financial industry is the lifeblood of the local economy. The suspension of business for one day will cause a loss of $100 billion. It is said that financial safety is an important element of the national security. It's crucial to ensure financial security. Starting from clause 56, external interference has been renamed as external interference endangering national security. I fully support this. If someone colludes with external forces to affect the government's performance or function that will affect political independence as well as the governance of a country. But normal exchanges with other international organizations, including cultural and academic exchanges, these are obviously different. They are not the same. We need to further consolidate the status of Hong Kong as an international financial center. We also need to develop the headquarters economy in Hong Kong. We need to attract foreign enterprises and investments to come to Hong Kong. We need to conduct business and conduct academic exchanges with international communities. I'd like the administration to clarify that is, ordinary exchanges or normal exchanges will not be considered external interference. That is what I asked the administration, and that is very important to Hong Kong. This can prevent people from taking words out of the context and spreading misleading and untruthful remarks. On clause 63, brackets A, about the shadow organization of prohibited organization, the administration explained that is to amend clause 59 when local organization is prohibited, it will dissolve. But whether there will be any office bearers or members that will continue to operate the prohibited organization, I expressed concern in the Bills Committee. These prohibited organizations on the surface are operated by office bearers, including office bearers, president, secretary, and so on. However, there are also people operating or controlling these organizations behind the scene. These office bearers may not have an official title. They may make orders through somebody else or make external communication with somebody else. These are not unheard of. If these organizations on the surface are dissolved, but they re-emerge in another manner, is it possible to cover all these scenarios in the bill? The administration took on board my recommendation and add clause 63 brackets A, specifying the prohibited organization should cover the shadow organization of the prohibited organization, so that the offense in relation to a prohibited organization is also applicable to the shadow organization of the prohibited organization. I support it. So the shadow organization will also be subject to the regulation and will not be able to operate. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Martin Liu. Thank you, Chairman. The administration took on board many amendments, many recommendations made by committee members. These further enhance the bill. The Bills Committee clearly explains the reasons for the relevant amendments. As the administration said, the Bills Committee is kind of preventive legislation. It needs to carry enough deterrence against lawbreakers that will endanger national security, especially when it comes to the absconders that endanger national security. These absconders further promote Hong Kong independence and collude with external force to endanger national security. I support the bill empowering the Secretary for Security to take measures against absconders, including providing funds or handling funds in relation to activities in respect of immovable property, as well as joint ventures and enterprises, the cancellation or revocation of professional qualifications, as well as the cancellation of passports. In terms of immovable property, I asked scenario questions in the Bills Committee. If tenants sign a 3-year tenure of residential properties, if after 3 years the property owner is an absconder, does the tenant need to leave the residential property right away in order not to break the law? I also asked relevant questions in relation to contracts and agreements. That is, after the party to the contract or agreement becomes an absconder. I asked about the future disputes. According to clause 94, the Secretary for Security can make approval. But sometimes the innocent third parties may have already entered into agreement or contract with the absconder before the absconder becomes an absconder. In relation to Clause 83 about immovable property, and Clause 90 about the joint venture and joint enterprises. There are relevant amendments. Through adding Clause 88 bracket 6, well, that is when the activities take place before the absconder becomes an absconder. That person will not, by reason only of that act, be found to be breaking the law. Under Clause 86, bracket 6, if a person does an act mentioned in subsection 2 under a contract, agreement, or obligation that arose before the date on which the relevant absconder became a relevant absconder, the person is not to be regarded as having contravened that subsection by reason only of that act. These two amendments further improve the quality of the text. This allays the concerns of the public in relation to the property owner becomes an absconder after the signing of a contract or agreement. This can also enhance the transparency of contracts, and this helps attract enterprises. I so submit. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chen Siu-hong. Thank you, Chairman. I speak in support of the various amendments proposed by the administration. Now, on amendments in relation to offences sabotaging, endangering national security, I'd like to speak on that. Now, for the 2019 Black Class violence, I'm sure it's still vivid in your memory. We see that criminal elements kept sabotaging public transport systems. They smashed traffic lights. They smashed electric supply system to achieve their political in objective. So they want to block people from going to work, so people can't go to work, can't go to school, and can't operate their business. Now, so this is the offense of sabotage endangering national security for people who are reckless as to whether national security will be in danger, and if they damage or weaken public infrastructure, that's an offense. Ms. Carmen can refer to Clause 74, the definition of public infrastructure. It doesn't cover important public transport infrastructure or logistics infrastructure, such as container terminals, or financial infrastructure, such as the central clearing system, and so on. Now, 47A, 47 bracket 4A, it refers to public infrastructure. It lists out terms like network or computer and electronic system, but there is no special mention of public transport systems or computer systems that control these systems. And in the clause, it just mentions public transport infrastructure. I'm worried if that is enough to respond to any sabotage acts, because someone needs only to damage the computer system that controls the infrastructure, and then the public infrastructure will be brought to a standstill. I think the administration will take about members' views to propose amendment to clause 47 bracket 4B, so the public means of transport includes a public transport infrastructure or public transport facility, and it also clarifies that such facilities include the computer systems and so on. And then there is also a non-exhaustive list of examples included to show the breadth of the provision. On clause 59, for organizations referred to in the clause, if the organization is prohibited from continuous operation, and then in accordance with clause 58.7, the order is in effect, but then, so that means the organization is dissolved. But then under clause 63, if someone claims to be an office bearer of the prohibited organization and helps with the management of the organization, an offense is provided for. Now, in theory, an organization that's been dissolved could not continue any operation. So that's why I question the way this clause is drafted, and I'm glad to see that the administration is now taking about my suggestion and has proposed the new clause 63A to say that prohibited organizations include shadow organizations of the organization. That means the offenses in other clauses on the prohibited organizations apply also to shadow organizations. To avoid any dispute, no one is everyone and people are prohibited to set up new organizations so that they could continue with the operation of the prohibited organization. Now, I'm running out of time, though, so I will speak again on other clauses later. Thank you. Mr. Kitson Yang. Thank you, Chairman. I speak in support of all the amendments, proposed amendments to the bill. I'm glad that the government took on board many of the suggestions of members to move amendments to improve the bill. This will plug the various loopholes in relation to safeguarding national security that will form a better barrier to protect national security. Now, there's a time limit, so I will speak twice. First, on clause 47. Now, on clause 47, sabotage endangering national security. During the 2019 Black Lives violence, many rioters sabotaged and damaged public infrastructures, including transport infrastructure. They even stormed the Legislative Council. And many rioters actually use various means to damage the transport infrastructure. That's their first target because they want to stop people from going to work. That brought about both tangible and intangible damage to Hong Kong. That's why with sabotage endangering national security, the clause needs to be all-encompassing. Now, in the definition of public infrastructure, members noted that this definition does not cover, say, container terminals, public transport infrastructure, and so on. Let's say if someone bombs a container terminal or sinks a ship, then that will, to a certain extent, disrupt our logistic activities. Now, Hong Kong, of course, is an important international financial center. So the Hong Kong Exchange has a significant status, so it needs to be covered under public infrastructure. We don't want people to exploit the loophole. For container terminal, the government said it's actually a transport terminal. They know it's impossible to include an exhaustive list. That's why there are various ways to explain what's meant by public infrastructure. But then we're talking about important issue. It's important that the government makes clear provisions. So we want the government to cover a wider scope and to give more clarity to the provision. I'm glad to see that the government agrees that the term public infrastructure should cover container terminals, public transport infrastructure, the Hong Kong Exchange, in particular, is a central clearing system as a financial infrastructure. And also, in the light of members' views, the scope of public infrastructure is clarified. And so that's why in clause 47, bracket 4b, public transport infrastructure or the word public are added. And then for C, bracket 1, the following item is added before providing, and then or maintaining is added before public services. And then finance, logistics are included too. And then there's also capital A and B infrastructure and facility. So after amendment, it's like this is now a tight-knit this definition. People won't be able to exploit any loophole. So I'll stop for now. I'll speak again later on various restrictions on absconders. Thank you. Mr. Tommy Cheung. Chairman, I speak in support of all the amendments proposed by the administration. I'd like to speak on two amendments in this round. Clause 47, sabotage and endangering national security. I want to talk about clause 47, bracket 4, public infrastructure, the definition of it. Now, we want to make the definition clearer, and then it's will cover all major infrastructures in Hong Kong. So, so airports and other reference facilities ought to be included, and then container terminals should be regarded as a form of logistic infrastructure. And then the central clearing and settlement system of the Hong Kong X should be regarded as an infrastructure for maintaining financial services. So all these infrastructures are important for Hong Kong to maintain its status as an international aviation, shipping, logistics, and financial centers. So this is important to make sure that we perform our function as hubs or to provide various public services. We need to prevent people from damaging or paralyzing these facilities to endanger national security. This is something the business sector has been asking for all along. Now, for the term public infrastructure, there is a non-exhaustive list of examples. This is to clearly explain the meaning of public infrastructure, and that is, it shouldn't just be restricted to the terms included in the clause. So this is important. We need to explain clearly the term of public infrastructure. I'm glad that the administration has taken on board of the views of the business sector. Clause 53(1)(b), Roman numeral 5. The amendment is to amend clause 53, the meaning of using improper means. In bracket 1, bracket B, bracket numeral 5, improper means refers to causing psychological harm by undue psychological pressure. Now, this is referring to the UK National Security Act 2023 of that is section 15 bracket 2 bracket E. This is modeled on that term spiritual injury in this section. But then spiritual injury covers the act of one person to another person in relation to the harmful impacts on a person's spiritual and religious well-being that could be directly caused by another individual. For example, excluding a person from the membership of an organized belief system or banning them from attending a place of worship. Now, this is not in line with the actual circumstances in Hong Kong. It is also not in line with the legislative intention. So the administration agrees to my point. So that's why the administration is moving amendments. It's no longer making reference to the term used in the UK Act, which is unsuitable for Hong Kong's case. Instead, it proposes to use the term psychological harm. And then for 53(1)(b) numeral 5, so the term psychological harm is used to replace mental injury. And also, the term undue mental pressure is replaced by undue psychological pressure on a person. We believe this is more appropriate and is more in line with the policy intent. We're happy that the administration has taken on board our views. I'll be speaking on other clauses later. Mr. Lai Tong Kok. Chairman, I speak in support of the 91 amendments moved by the administration. In the course of deliberations, the Bills Committee considered every single clause and every single word used in each clause. We want to make sure that the provision is the best construction, then the most succinct, and so on. Now, here are my views on the proposed amendments. The clause on making subsidy legislation is a new one. I note that some media organizations expressed concern about the new clause 106A, capital A. That is, the Chief Executive Council is given the power to make subsidy legislation. So there is actually further refining of on the implementation of measures to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Now, clause 106A is actually a forward-looking clause. It will further strengthen the protection net in safeguarding national security. Now, the making of subsidy legislation is a well-established practice in the common law system. The purpose is for the executive to make subsidy legislation that will come into immediate effect as necessary after the enactment of the principal ordinance. Now, since the legislature allows the executive to perform such a task, it is the usual practice. At the same time, though, we retain the power to amend or repeal a subsidy legislation. That is the advantage of the negative vetting procedure. And also under this mechanism, more importantly, the subsidy legislation cannot go beyond the scope permitted under the principal ordinance. If that's the case, a court may rule it as ultra vires, and then the subsidy legislation will be rendered invalid. I can give you an example. Now, for if for 106A, if the administration makes subsidy legislation, then if in the principal legislation say the maximum penalty is 10 years, then can the government raise the maximum penalty to 20 years or 30 years of a sentence of imprisonment in the subsidy legislation? Now, it cannot be done because it's stated clearly in clause 106A. Any subsidiary legislation made under this section may provide for offences with imprisonment term not exceeding 7 years. In other words, it's not possible to raise the imprisonment to 10 years in the subsidy legislation. Otherwise, it's ultra vires. Now, I believe the general public are not unfamiliar with subsidy legislation. I can give you another example. When we had the COVID epidemic, the government often exercised its power under Cap 1559 and use the power given to it to make subsidy legislation for preventing and fighting the epidemic. Now, I just did a quick search on the internet, and I found that under Cap 559, there were subsidy legislation from A to L. So in total, 12 pieces of subsidy legislation were made in the light of COVID. And then for say for the definition of public officer, I find that the definition to be too narrow. So for persons in public organizations with important influence, they are not covered. We want the public officer to be more forward-looking, so we propose the government to amend this so that for the purpose of endangering national security, the administration may make subsidy legislation, expand the scope of the definition of public officers. This is to ensure national security effectively. So this is that's why the government is doing that. I will speak again later.
Dr. Kennedy Wong, Deputy Chair. I speak in support of all the proposed amendments. I'll now explain on some of the amendments I proposed myself during the Bills Committee meetings. On Clause 47, on the application for extending detention period, I mentioned about whether there is a need to give a definition to reasonable period. In its proposed amendments, the government mentioned there should be a 7-day plus 7-day arrangement for extending the detention period, stating clearly that the extension for detention period should not exceed 14 days so that the system would not be abused by defendants to delay the legal proceeding. This also shows that the administration has a determination to protect human rights and that It is balanced between and safeguarding, national security. Also, there is a provision about defendants being kept in custody by the police. I asked whether the relevant provision shall be changed to shall. I also asked whether the defendant should be kept in custody by the Correctional Services Department instead, as the police should use the time to conduct investigation. In the end, in its proposed amendment, the administration removed the word may, and in the English version, may is changed to is to, meaning that the arrested person is to be delivered to the police officer. In clause 76, the original version states that in national security cases, in a view of circumstances, relevant persons may consult lawyers. Well, I belong to the legal sector, and I think the term lawyers is too general because it can refer to solicitors or a law firm or a barrister. Therefore, I, along with other members of the Bills Committee, proposed some amendments. The administration agreed to the amendment and to revise the instances where lawyers were originally used to legal representatives. Also, there is a newly added provision stating that a legal representative can mean a solicitor or counsel. Clause 76 also states that the police may apply to the magistrate to restrict the legal representatives that can be consulted by the arrested person. I mentioned that this may tarnish the reputation of the law firm involved or concerned. I asked whether the relevant public hearings can be held closed door so that the relevant law firms or lawyers involved, their identities will not be disclosed. On clause 93, on the issue about canceling the passport of the absconders, if the absconder does not apply for another passport during the absconding, then this would allow the arrested person to delay the legal proceedings. So I'm happy that the administration took on board my views. I will speak again in the second round. Mr. Stanley Ng. Madam Chair, I speak in support of all the amendments proposed by the administration. There are in total 90 clauses in the amendments. During the highly efficient scrutiny of the bill, members of the Bills Committee discussed over 1,000 questions. These 90-some clauses showed the highly efficient and effective discussions we had. There is refinement of the wording used in the provisions. For instance, the amendment proposes that the Chief Executive in Council can, by way of subsidiary legislation, specify public offices that should not be subject to incitement. There is also a part added to regulate shadow organizations of prohibited organizations. There's also a part about restricting absconders to allow flexibility for the Secretary for Security to specify who are absconders. There is also a part about Director of Immigration not having to process application for SAR passports made by absconders. There are also amendments concerning offering protection to officers involved in national security cases. And the proposed amendments also stipulate that public servants have to assist in work on safeguarding national security. All these amendments allow the administration to be more flexible as it handles work concerning national security. All these amendments improve the provisions and it allows the administration to better safeguard national security. In event where there are incidents that endanger national security, these provisions allow the administration to be flexible. Also, there are amendments concerning the role of the National Security Committee. It clearly sets out the duty and role of the committee. In the newly added clause 107A, it states that the National Security Committee may provide advice on matters relating to national security matters, and that the committee can make a judgment, and the judgment and decisions made by the committee should be followed up. This sets out the duty and functions of the National Security Committee, and this allows the bill to achieve convergence and compatibility with the Hong Kong NSL. Madam Chair, I'll speak about national security education in my next round. Mr. Tony Che. Thank you, Madam Chair. During the scrutiny of this bill, the Bills Committee raised many views and suggestions. The administration, after careful consideration, has taken on board our views, and that in a highly efficient manner, the administration proposed this committee stage amendments. In the Chinese version of the amendments, 91 clauses are involved concerning 20 sets of amendments. In the English version, there are more amendments. There are also ones that concern the use of wording in English so that English speakers can have a better understanding of the bill. I thank the hard work of the administration. Clause 86 concerns absconders for which an arrest warrant is issued. The Secretary for Security will be given power to specify who are absconders, and that the Secretary will be given power to impose restrictions on absconders. This includes canceling the SAR passport of the absconder, revoking all kinds of professional qualifications obtained by the absconders, and no one would be allowed to provide fundings to the absconders according to the bill. In the original version, it states that it is only after 6 months after the issue of the warrant that the Secretary for Security can specify a person as absconder. Other members and I were perplexed about this particular provision. This is because in reality, we know that a lot of absconders who have left Hong Kong act in a very high-profile manner. They badmouthed and smeared against Hong Kong, and they do all kinds of acts and ask foreign governments to sanction people in Hong Kong. So why should we give 6 months' time to these absconders and their accomplices to remit money to Hong Kong, which would favor their actions to smear China? So I'm glad that the proposed amendment will better sanction the absconders, and that according to the amendments, no one would, simply because they have previously entered into agreement or contracts or have done businesses with absconders, to breach the law. Also, the amendments empower Secretary to grant license so that innocent third parties may disband or accompany or sell a co-owned property to protect their interests, and at the same time, the absconder concerned would not benefit from the company or property concerned. So all these amendments deserve our support. Deputy Chair, I so submit. I will speak again in the next round. Mr. Holden Chow. Madam Chair, I speak in support of all the proposed amendments made by the administration. I am glad that I had the opportunity to take part in the scrutiny work in the Bills Committee. All 15 members of the committee worked very hard, and we raised many questions and constructive comments during the meetings. I would like to give my special thanks to the Secretary for Justice as well as the Secretary for Security for their explanation during the meetings. During the scrutiny of the bill, they were happy to take on board our views. They listened to our opinions, and this shows that the executive branch and the legislature has been interacting in a healthy way. And this also shows that after the improved electoral system, the governance has been effective. I'd like to speak about Clause 74. Some members spoke about this clause as well. I'd like to further talk about this clause. It is about an arrested person being detained, and that the hearing may have to be adjourned during the detention period. In the past, in some magistrate courts, when a criminal case is handled, some defendants may say that they have yet to engage a lawyer, and the magistrate would allow the hearing to be adjourned for, say, 3 to 4 weeks. This is very common in the magistrate courts. In the original version, it says that the magistrate may adjourn the hearing for a reasonable period of time. Well, you may wonder whether 3 to 4 weeks is considered as a reasonable period of time. We proposed an amendment in relation to this clause, and I'm glad that the administration took on board our views to make it clear what a reasonable period should be. The administration sticks to the 7-day plus 7 days mechanism, and this is reflected in the amendment. This tells clearly that when magistrates have to handle cases where detention period have to be extended, the magistrate would act as the gatekeeper here. So I'm glad that the two secretaries have taken on board our views and proposed the amendments here. I will speak about the other amendments in the next round. Thank you.
Mr. Gary Chan. Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in support of all of the amendments moved by the Secretary. I'd like to focus on Clause 107A, that is in relation to the judgment and decision of the National Security Committee. In the scrutiny in the Bills Committee, in Part 8, in the Safeguard for National Security, I had an observation which was agreed on by all Bills Committee members. In Part 8, the mechanisms for safeguarding national security and relevant protections, it did not mention the role of the NSC, National Security Committee. I understand we focused on the offenses in relation to endangering national security, as well as charge elements, enforcement powers, implementation mechanism, and so on. In order to make sure that the implementation of the law, that is, execution of the law, are effective, we need to make sure it's clear about the top-tier design of the Hong Kong SAR government. The Hong Kong National Security Law said that the NSC assumes the role of safeguarding national security and shoulders the main responsibility. And it's accountable to the Central People's Government, including the fact that it needs to formulate measures for safeguarding national security, taking stock of the experience. Articles 14 and 47 also gave interpretations that is, the NSC can make judgments and decisions. Any organization and individuals need to respect and execute the judgments and decisions of the NSC. So in 108, that is clause 108, the chief executive can issue any administrative order or guidelines or directions, And the chief executive assumes the role of the chairperson of the NSC. So considering the main responsibilities and role of the NSC, it is important and necessary to reflect that in this national security bill. In the bill, it should give a clear reference to the NSC. NSC advisor, secretariat, their role and function should be set out clearly. We need to make it clear that the NSC performs its function in accordance with the Safeguarding National Security Law regarding the actions to be followed up on. So, if Part 8 is about mechanisms for safeguarding national security and the relevant protections, we should add the role of the NSC into the bill in order to better reflect the convergence, compatibility, and complementarity of the national security law. This also sends a clear message to the community in Hong Kong. So I welcome the administration taking on board the views of me and other members, adding subclauses under clause 108 in order to respond to members' views and opinions. Reverend Peter Kuhn. Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in support of all the amendments moved by the administration. Regarding clause 12, some members of the public does not understand the mistreatment of prison. In clause number 4, the mistreatment of treason will be amended to be a statutory provision. Well, I think this will be clearer, so there won't be any disputes. In external interference, there was much discussion in the community. In the clause external interference endangering national security has also been changed. That is, the words endangering national security is specified in the bill. This is more clearly differentiating normal commercial, academic, and cultural exchanges and other exchanges. The former is not affected. Regarding absconders, the 6-month detention period, the administration was overly restrictive of themselves. Quite some members mentioned that they shouldn't be straitjacketed by the 6 months, but the administration was very lenient. In the end, we had to sort of back the administration for changing the condition of 6 months. In the course of the scrutiny, the administration was quite restrained. We put forward some views, some were not accepted by the administration because some may be unfair to the arrested persons or defendants. But however restrained we are, no matter how we explain to the public, we still can't stop overseas forces from smearing us and smearing the bill. We do need to think why. Many years ago, Macau already had safeguarding national security law, but there wasn't any backlash in the community. Well, I have to say that it's about those people who have an axe to grind. They have ulterior motives. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, Madam Chair. I continue to speak on the amendments. The amendments respond to quite a lot of views in the Bills Committee. In order to make the bill more forward-looking and effective in rising to the complex situation of national security, it empowers the executive to draw subsidiary legislation. In Clause 106A, well, I mean it adds some clauses to under 106A, as well as the interpretation by the Standing Committee of the NPC about Articles 14 and 47 adopted as the 38th section of the Standing Committee of the 13th NPC on the 30th of December 2022. I also asked whether it is suitable to use negative vetting and whether we have drawn reference from overseas jurisdictions. The administration's reply was clear and succinct. The executive branch was empowered to make subsidiary legislation, and that is effective and that is within the law. This practice is not unique to Hong Kong. Of course, the rationality and suitability will be considered, first of all. For example, during the epidemic, subsidiary legislation was invoked and was used. The administration also referred to the jurisdictions in, for example, the US and the UK. Apart from principal legislation, different methods such as subsidiary legislation, administrative order, and practice directions were used to safeguard national security, as well as to keep the law forward-looking. Clause 106 will also allow negative vetting in accordance with Section 34 of Cap 1. In my last round, I already said that the administration is restrained in its use of the functions. Under Clause 107 about National Security Committee, it reflects the complementarity with the 528 decision. It is also in line with the interpretation given by the Standing Committee of the NPC of Articles 14 and Article 47. I'm a practicing lawyer in Hong Kong. I also obtained the license to practice in China in 1995. The interpretation given by the Standing Committee of the NPC formed part of the law. That is, if it formed part of the Hong Kong National Security Law. So the National Security Committee powers have been in place, making clear the power in the bill is not problematic. It is suitable to do so. Article 17(3), well, that is the relevant provisions need to be reported to the Central People's Government. If it is not returned, there is no public concerns, and public can rest assured. There were a total of 91 amendments, which fully reflects the respective responsibilities of the executive branch and legislature. we work together to fulfill the constitutional duty of Article 23 legislation. The amended bill is more comprehensive. After finishing the constitutional duty of Article 23 legislation, there will be greater protection of national security of the nation. It's a historic mission when I can take part in the scrutiny of the bill. I support the amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. Madam Chair, this is my second round in the CSA stage. In Part 8, Mechanisms for Safeguarding National Security and Relevant Protections, I agree that there should be a top-tier design that is including the reference to the National Security Committee. Members are concerned whether subsidiary legislation could be used to deal with new situations. The administration was receptive to ideas and added a couple of clauses, including the fact that there could be administrative instructions and the CE in Council can make subsidiary legislation for safeguarding national security. This can help Hong Kong rise to the unforeseen national security risks. This is by way of negative vetting, and this is a standing mechanism of the Legislative Council. This is a successfully implemented mechanism in Hong Kong. Subsidiary legislation cannot step beyond the scope of the principal legislation. After scrutiny, the subsidiary legislation can be amended. So it is a very safe approach.
And we ought to support it. Deputy Chairman, now, we considered Part 7, Clause 96, which is Clause 90, which is about disqualification, temporary disqualification of the right to practice. And what about disqualification? Professional qualifications, the two are not the same for absconders. Now, the Hong Kong Institute of Engineers is empowered by the reference by laws to award the professional qualification or cancel it. As for practicing, we have the system of registered engineers, and it's the ERB, the Engineers Registration Board, that's responsible for the registration of engineers. So members of the Hong Kong Institute of Engineers are eligible to apply to the ERB for registration. And then we also have lift engineers, managed by the Buildings Department. So for Clause 90, if it's in force, which is about temporarily disqualifying contemporarily cancelling the professional qualification of absconder. That means there is need for the relevant institutes to amend their memorandum of association to change their powers. Now, the Secretary for Security explained that it's temporary cancellation of the practicing qualifications or professional qualifications of absconders. Now, for each professional body, they may see if they need to amend their code, and the Secretary believes they need to do that. I thank the Secretary for this important clarification. Then the relevant professional bodies will know exactly what is required of them. After the passage of the bill, the relevant professional bodies need to review their own codes or memorandum of association carefully to see whether there is need to make corresponding changes. And they have the duty to do so if it's necessary. So I speak in support of the bill and all the amendments moved by the administration. Mrs. Regina Ip. The Secretary for Security mentioned important amendments, 86(2)(c). that is specified as conduct only, and order so deleting the wordings that are issuing order after 6 months. And then there's a new 106A for Chief Executive Council to make some legislation. Some members have already spoken on that. Now I'd like to speak on Part 6, external interference. When we consider this part of the bill, the meaning of colluding with external force, that's clause 50 and then clause 56, collaborating with external force, the description is the same. C, it says that if a person collaborates with external force and do an act, it could be regarded as collusion with external force. Now, Mr. Jeffrey Lam and Dr. Wyckoff and I expressed our concern because Hong Kong is an international shipping center, financial center, and so on. There are NGOs, think tanks, academic institutes, and so on, who often have to organize activities together with external or with foreign organizations. So would that be labeled as collaborating with external force? I thank the Secretary for Security for explaining that this is just a meaning, it's not an offense. If you read the clause carefully, if you are to commit the offense, that means colluding with an external force or collaborating with an external force. There are several conditions that need to be met. Now, in this part, there is explanation of what is meant by interference. And secondly, there must be criminal intent to bring about interference effect and collaborating with external force. And also you need to use improper means to achieve that aim. So therefore, when we work with others to organize activities or think tanks organize online seminars, well, we won't be caught by the law. It won't be regarded as colluding with external force. I thank the Secretary for taking heed of our concerns. So for Part 6 of the bill, is moving amendment to the heading. It states now it's external interference. Instead of external interference, now it will be external interference endangering national security, and organizations engaging in activities endangering national security. So it's stated clearly that the activities must endanger national security before someone falls foul of the law. Now, I have looked up similar offenses in other places, Australia, Singapore, and so on. They do have similar provisions to define the circumstances that constitute interference by external forces. So I'm happy with the proposed amendment, and I thank the Secretary for amending the title so that it's now more precise to refer to external interference endangering national security. I think we need to do more publicity so Hong Kong will be able to continue with the various international activities. I still have a bit of time. I'd like to talk about Clause 93, cancellation of Hong Kong our passports. Now, the original wording is for the absconder, the person must not appeal or must not apply for an SAR passport again. But then the Secretary explained that there's extraterritorial effect. If someone has absconded to the UK or Australia, you can't really, and because there's no extraterritorial effect, so you can't really order the person not to apply for an SAR passport again. So we need to make the clause clear to say that this clause does not apply to this type of persons. And I thank the Secretary for taking on board our views. Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'd like to talk about 76 and 77. Consultation with lawyers in view of circumstances endangering national security. When I read the provisions, clauses 76 and 77, I note that the term lawyer is used. Now, in other provisions, for example, clause 47, clause 74, it says solicitor or counsel. So it's worded differently. and there will be a serious impact when the bill becomes an ordinance. That's why I pointed out to the Secretary that for Cap 159 legal practitioners ordinance, there is no definition for lawyer. But then for the Chinese term lawyer, lessee, that is clearly stated as solicitor. Solicitors and barristers, of course, operate very differently. The current term of lawyer could be interpreted to mean that the lawyer only refers to solicitors but not barristers in clauses 76 and 77. After discussion, the administration took on board my view. So the term lawyer is replaced by legal representatives, because it is more comprehensive that way. And this amendment could plug the loophole and prevent anyone from, bickering on this point. Now, we all know that if we have clearly worded provisions, this is very important for good business environment. And then clause 89. Prohibition in connection of joint ventures or partnerships with relevant absconders. I convey the views of the business sector in the BC meeting. Now, say if someone has entered into a contract or agreement with someone before the person absconded, or there is a partnership or joint venture with the absconder entered into before the person absconded, then such contracts or obligations must not be affected. This is important protection to improve the business environment. So the administration clarified that point further, and this helped to allay the concerns of the business sector, because in Hong Kong there are many joint ventures and partnerships. For the normal businessmen, they wouldn't know that their partners have become criminals. And so this amendment is most important to bring in for investors from outside Hong Kong, because then they know that the legal system in Hong Kong is transparent. Now, this is something of great concern to the business sector. I'm glad to see that the administration has taken on board our views. The amendment now clearly defines the offense, and it also includes reasonable exceptions. For certain individuals or organizations, now they are no longer able to smear Article 23 legislation and mislead the public. Now, in the whole process of deliberations, we can see that it's been open, transparent, and fair, and as well as just. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank Mr. Martin Liao, the chairman, and Mr. Gary Chen, the deputy chairman, for considering, for allowing each member to speak. He didn't stop us at all. And I must thank the SJ and the Secretary for Security and their team for working endlessly. They work day and night. If they're not able to answer a question immediately, they would always give a response the next day. So they're most efficient. So after the passage of the bill, I will work together with the business sector to actively explain the bill to foreign chambers of commerce or foreign businessmen. I speak in support of all the amendments to the bill. Thank you. Mr. Martin Liao. Deputy Chair, I declare I'm a member of the Executive Council. I'm glad to see that the administration has taken on board members' views. Among the amendments to safeguarding national security bill, there's the new clause 106 capital A, that is the Chief Executive in Council may make subsidy legislation for safeguarding national security. Now, subsidy legislation does not go beyond the scope regulated by the principal ordinance. It's just about spelling out the implementation details in relation to the principal ordinance. Subsidy legislation is a common practice in Hong Kong. In other jurisdictions such as the US and UK, they often use this approach. For 106A bracket 2, it says that any subsidy legislation is only for the purpose of safeguarding national security. It is also for the more effective carrying into effect of, say, the interpretation of the NPC Standing Committee of Articles 14 and 47 of the Hong Kong NSL. And then the subsidy legislation is subject to negative vetting by the Legislative Council. So the Council, the Electrical, has the power to amend or even repeal the subsidiary legislation. And if there are any issues with the subsidy legislation, there could be judicial review. The judicial organs may then rule whether the subsidiary legislation has gone beyond the scope of the principal ordinance or whether it's in contradiction with the basic law, such as protection of human rights. Now, I believe this is appropriate for the Chief Executive Council to make subsidy legislation for safeguarding national security. The Chief Executive has important duty in safeguarding national security. And what is important is that for Clause 106A, it is a forward-looking clause to respond to unforeseen challenges regarding to national security. And then there is this mechanism for Hong Kong to neutralize such threats that's in line with public interest. Now, next, I want to talk about Clause 107, capital A, judgments and decisions of National Security Committee. The concrete powers and duties for safeguarding national security are given to the Hong Kong SAR. So that's why there's the National Security Committee. And then the other law enforcement agencies and the judicial organs and so on, they all form part of the national security set up. The Secretariat of the NPCSC has made an interpretation of Articles 14 and 47 of the Hong Kong SAL. So that's to further explain the powers of the National Security Committee. So when the government deals with national security issues, there is a law to go by. And also the National Security Committee is given the power to judge and decide whether an issue relates to national security. The proposed amendments to the bill ensures convergence with the Hong Kong NSL. It clarifies the role and functions of the National Security Committee. It gives play to the spirit of the NPCSC interpretation, so that it makes sure that there is support and assistance of the work of the National Security Committee. I'm sure after the amendment, the judgments and decisions of the National Security Committee will be given more clearer legal power effect. Now the bill, there will be full true convergence and compatibility as well as complementarity between the bill and the 528 decision and the Hong Kong NSL. I speak in support of the two amendments and the other amendments moved by the administration. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak about the top-level design of the enforcement mechanism stipulated in the bill. The purpose of the bill is to fully implement the May 28 decision as well as the constitutional duty stipulated in the Hong Kong NSL. The bill is also to improve the legal system as well as the enforcement mechanism to safeguard national security. As mentioned by the Secretary for Justice, the legislative exercise shows that the bill achieves convergence and compatibility with the Hong Kong NSL. In the original bill, Part 8, it is about improving the legal system and the enforcement mechanism. The original part talks about the administrative instructions to be issued by the Chief Executive. The CE may issue an administrative instruction to any public servants, but it falls short of giving the power to the CE to make subsidiary legislations in this regard. The CE, as the chair of the National Security Committee, plays an important role. However, there was no mention in the original version the role and positioning of the National Security Committee. With unforeseeable national security risks, the original version was not forward-looking enough. I'm glad that the administration took on board our views and added Clause 106A, which is about CE in Council. making subsidiary legislation for safeguarding national security. This perfects the bill, and this allows us to address unforeseeable national security risks that may emerge in the future. Also, in Part 8, the administration added the part about National Security Committee, stating that anyone, when safeguarding national security, must comply with the decision made by the committee. The NPCSC adopted its interpretation on Articles 14 and 47 of the Hong Kong NSL, but this is not reflected in the original version. I'm glad the administration now incorporates our proposals to reflect that the bill achieves the convergence, compatibility, and complementarity between the bill and the May 28th decision. This will allow us to effectively cope with complex national security risks that we may face in the future. After the passage of the bill, what is important is that there should be enough education and publicity in the community level. I'm glad to see that 107A is added to the bill. The Chief Secretary for Administration may provide advice or give any direction to any person whom the Chief Secretary considers appropriate for promoting national security education, raising the awareness of residents of the Hong Kong SAR of national security. Madam Chair, the amended bill shows the sovereignty of the central government, and it also shows that we enjoy a high degree of autonomy. Now, with the complex geopolitical situation and ever-changing international landscape, there may be unforeseeable national security risks that may emerge in a form that is unimaginable. I hope the bill can be passed soon so that we can plug the national security loophole. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Kisan Yang. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak about the amendments concerning absconders, that are clauses 88 and 93. Acts and activities endangering national security are serious. People who violate the law and abscond make the situation worse. Mr. Kwok Weng Hung, Mr. Nathan Law, Ms. Agnes Chow were some of the examples. They are all absconders and they are now in foreign countries bad-mouthing Hong Kong. The bill proposes imposing restrictions on absconders, including cancelling their Hong Kong SAR passport, revoking their professional qualifications, and removing their office of director. These are all reasonable and they are in line with our law. However, the public is concerned about whether innocent people would be affected. On scrutinizing the part about immovable property, we were concerned that the third party would commit an offense when the third party had leased a property from an absconder before the absconder is specified by the Secretary for Security. While the Secretary for Security could grant a license under special circumstances, I'm glad the administration is adding clause 88(6) to the bill. It states that if a person does an act mentioned in subsection 2 under a contract, agreement, or obligation that arose before the date on which the relevant absconder became a relevant absconder, the person is not to be regarded as having contravened that subsection by reason only of that act. This clearly tells the public that innocent people would not be affected under these circumstances. On cancellation of Hong Kong SAR passports of absconders, this would prohibit the absconders from obtaining another nationality within a short period of time. While scrutinizing the bill, members were of the view that Clause 93 which concerns cancellation of Hong Kong SAR passports, the relevant appeal mechanism is not applicable. Instead, this should be made clear because a person should not appeal against the cancellation. We're glad that our views have been taken on board by the administration. I mentioned in the meeting, in case of an absconder having the passport being cancelled, how would the person be able to surrender himself as he returned to Hong Kong? The secretary made it clear that application could be made in this regard. So in case the absconder wants to turn over a new leaf, there is relevant arrangement for that. I'm not going to go into the details here. To put it simply, the administration has fully considered views raised by members of the Bills Committee. I understand that the administration has worked day and night to amend the bill, and that the amendments proposed by members were all incorporated in the proposed amendments. I would also like to thank the Secretariat of this Council for completing the report of the Bills Committee within such a short period of time. We, A4 Alliance, give our full support to all the proposed amendments. Thank you. Mr. Tommy John. Deputy Chair, I'd like to speak about Clause 89 of the bill. There is an amendment in relation to prohibition in connection with joint ventures or partnerships with relevant absconders. Subclause 6 is added here. It states that if a person does an act mentioned in subsection 2 under a contract, agreement, or obligation that arose before the date on which the relevant absconder became a relevant absconder, the person is not to be regarded as having contravened that subsection by reason only of that act. This is to minimize the impact on third parties, including those who have previously established or invested in a joint venture partnership or any like relationship with the relevant absconder. This amendment helps boost the confidence of the business sector. Over the years, people in Hong Kong has enjoyed freedom in doing businesses and establishing partnership. Regardless of people's race or political stances, we all were able to enjoy this freedom. One party that commits an offense would not affect the other innocent party. All along, this has been the case under our common law systems. This provision clearly exempts the responsibility or liability of an innocent third party. So I'm glad the administration has taken on board the views of the business sector. Before we started scrutinizing the bill, I actually talked to the administration. I said the public consultation on the bill should be compiled into a form of a textbook as a teaching material for civil servants. At that time, we had yet to commence the scrutiny of the bill, but I think it was necessary to compile the materials. Now I hope that a teaching material can be compiled by the administration. I've been working in this council for 24 years now. I have scrutinized quite a number of bills. I've never seen the administration sending a whole team of officials to come address members' questions, be it people who are in charge of a bill or officers from the CMAB. I had never seen such a dedication. During the scrutiny of the bill, there was no need for us to repeat our questions because the administration was well prepared and was ready to respond to the questions. The administration was able to consider our views and give a response to all our views. I've been a member for this council for quite a number of years. I've seen a lot of newly joined members. These newly joined members were elected under the approved electoral system. I think they are of very high quality. I'm not just referring to one or two of them. All of these newly joined members are very high quality. I'm honored to be able to take part in the scrutiny of this bill, and this is a historic moment for the Liberal Party. I feel honored that I'm able to witness this. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for their hard work. Thank you.
Mr. Lai Tong-kwok, Deputy President, I will continue to speak on the amendments moved by the government. Cancellation of passports. Now, the clause specified that for those absconded specified by the Secretary for Security, the passports would be cancelled. Now, we noticed that in subclause 3, the reference to Hong Kong SAR passports may cause confusion. Similarly, during the period when the abscondent is overseas, when the person applies for renewal of Hong Kong SAR passport, how should we deal with the application? According to the existing legislation, can the Director for Immigration make the appropriate arrangements for the application? So there was sufficient discussion on this point between the Bills Committee and the government, and we reached a consensus. The administration accepted our recommendation to amend Clause 93 to enhance the mechanism. It explicitly spells out that any application for HKSAR passports submitted by an absconder would be invalid. In other words, even if the Director for Immigration received such an application in accordance with Clause 93, the Director of Immigration does not have to entertain the application. So there is no issue of rejecting the application at all. At the same time, the absconder cannot file an appeal concerning the decision made by the Director. With that, we have plugged all the loopholes. Next, specified absconder. Another member has also spoken on this. 86(2), subject to certain conditions, Secretary for the Security can specify a person as an absconder by way of gazette. In doing so, the Secretary for Security must ensure that a series of conditions are met in accordance with the law. One condition being that the magistrate has issued a warrant of arrest 6 months before. The Secretary must reasonably satisfy that the person has absconded before exercising this power. That gives rise to a question: why does the Secretary have to wait 6 months? A warrant of arrest has been issued. Why are we still allowing the absconder to be at large overseas? That doesn't make sense. The government has studied our suggestions in detail. and it agrees that the 6-month requirement is too restrictive. We should offer the maximum flexibility to the Secretary for Security to deal with these absconders. I'm pleased that the government has agreed to a proposal so that the tools available for the Secretary are enhanced. Now, textual changes. Cross-boundary will be changed to leaving the departing conveyance. Now, concerning possession of state secrets on leaving Hong Kong, the departure conveyance is mentioned. This refers to the conveyance used in the journey. In English, it is departure conveyance or cross-boundary conveyance. Now we consider that the term in English cross-boundary rather than cross-border would give rise to misinterpretation. So we propose to change the term to departure. The government has accepted our suggestion. Now these are examples that in the scrutiny process, the government has been very careful and serious. Thank you. Dr. Kennedy Wong. Chairman, I speak in support of Part 8, that is Clause 108, National Security Mechanism and Safeguards. Now, the text was, a public servant must provide all such assistance that is necessary for the work on safeguarding national security, and that's it. At the committee stage, or at the Bills Committee, I asked whether we should provide a more detailed requirements on public servants' duty to uphold national security. We have hundreds of thousands of public servants. They enjoyed considerable power. So this is the amendments. According to the government, the amendments are made on the view that despite the clause has specified that all necessary assistance would be provided to a public servant on safeguarding national security, the provision should be enhanced and the duties should be made clear. So I thank the government for this amendment. Subclause 2 and 3 were added to the clause. Subclause 2, a public servant must provide any department or agency that is responsible for the work on safeguarding national security and its personnel in the HKSAR with all reasonable facilitation, support, backing, and protection in a timely manner, including providing the necessary manpower and other necessary resources in a timely manner. Subclause 3, a public servant must exercise all powers and discretions that the public servant has, including any power and discretion concerning the giving of any exemption to discharge the obligation under this section. With this amendment, we can prevent certain public servants on whatever reason from procrastinating the fulfillment of their duty on safeguarding national security. So I applaud the amendment. Chairman, I feel greatly honored to be part of the Bills Committee on Safeguarding National Security Bill. With this opportunity, I thank all other members in the Bills Committee, the administration, in particular the Secretary Bureau, the Security Bureau, and the DOJ, and for their highly effective work, and also the Secretariat for its assistance. Thank you. Mr. Stanley Ng. Chairman, I continue to speak on national education. National education is an important measure to uphold national security. With better publicity and education, we can ensure that the awareness of the public in safeguarding national security is heightened. And also the public can understand the meaning of holistic view on national security. The government will make a commitment to take forward national security education. I thank the government for accepting my suggestion to add clause 107B, empowering the Chief Secretary for Administration to coordinate and implement national security education in Hong Kong for creating a foundation for national security. Now, no matter how well we draft the law, implementation and public acceptance are the keys. We have to create an ambience for upholding national security. Members of the public must report any suspicious behaviors. We have to build up an immune system against national security risk. I look forward to the government taking forward the publicity work immediately after the passage of the bill, so that everyone will understand the new provision and their duties under it. They must understand the benefits and importance of national security, so that everyone can become a team member of the rebuttal team against smearing and false information, and actively uphold national security. Chairman, we have to legislate to safeguard national security. Now, according to the anti-China destabilizing elements, they would think that without national security law, they can do whatever they want, and it is not illegal. And without the legislation, we will be shackled every step of the way when we try to safeguard national security. I'm pleased that today, finally, we can plug the loophole and make up for the shortcomings. The amendments specified more clearly the targets under the law. The law specifies that the targets are just those anti-China destabilizing elements who endanger national security and the external forces they collude with. Guilty or not guilty, culpable or guiltless, there are clear definitions in the law. Now, for lawful activities, business, financial services, and media reports and so on, there are better safeguards. Foreign investors will have more confidence in our system. It is a more favorable business environment for mainland and foreign investors alike. We can consolidate the foundation of stability and achieve prosperity. Chairman, once again, I give my support to the bill and the amendments. I'm thrilled that we are finally completing the constitutional obligation and that we are turning a new page in history. Mr. Tony Jack, Chairman, I will focus on Part 8 of the law, that is the mechanism for safeguarding national security and irrelevant safeguards. To effectively safeguard national security, besides law enforcement and prosecution, the unity of the civil service, their cooperation, publicity and education are all very important. Now, Clause 107 sets out that the Chief Executive may issue administrative order or direction to implement the directions issued by the central government in terms of national security. And also the Chief Executive may issue direction on any necessary matters. Now, it seems that the provisions are not comprehensive enough. There are a lot of statutory and public bodies subvented with public money. They have an important role to play in terms of safeguarding national security. Those who are working in these organizations although not public servants, also have a duty to uphold national security. Now, according to the amendments, the chief executive will require these organizations to comply with the administrative orders issued by the chief executive. It rendered the law more comprehensive. Now, Clause 108, public servants to assist in work on safeguarding national security. The original provisions are too general. Those with ulterior motives may make use of the loophole and pay no heed to orders issued by the chief executive. They may take these tasks half-heartedly and put up soft resistance and jeopardize the mechanism for safeguarding national security. I'm pleased that our suggestions were accepted. According to the amendments, a public servant must provide all reasonable facilitation, support, backing, and protection in a timely manner, including the necessary manpower and necessary resources for the work on safeguarding national security. This is a much more comprehensive way to term the provision. Now, as the Bills Committee stage, I asked the governments whether the contents of these administrative orders would include national security education. Now, it gives rise to the new Clause 107B, which specifies that the Chief Secretary for Administration may provide advice or give any direction to any person for promoting national security education, raising the awareness of residents of the HASAR of national security and of the obligation to abide by the law.
Well, I think this is an important provision. As long as more people, especially young people, are made aware of the need to safeguard national security and to abide by the law, everyone will obey the law, and more importantly, they will act on their own volition to safeguard national security, be it Article 23 legislation or the Hong Kong national security law. They will not be invoked in the future, and that we can maintain long-term prosperity and stability in Hong Kong. As one of the 15 members of the Bills Committee, President, I feel honored. We've had marathon meetings to examine the bill. All members worked wholeheartedly and diligently. They put forward questions, and the administration likewise gave us detailed explanation to allay our concerns so as to further improve the bill, so that the Hong Kong SAR can fulfill its historic mission and constitutional duty by Article 23 enactment. I support the committee stage amendments moved by the Secretary for Security. Mr. Holden Chow. President, I'd like to comment on Clause 111. This clause relates to protection for officers handling national security cases to prevent them from falling victim of doxing cases. Now, in the scrutiny of the bill, we referred to some cases involving officers not handling national security cases in the moment, but had previously handled national security cases before. And it so happened that in order to take revenge, a defendant in a national security case might take the opportunity of another non-national security case to go after the officers concerned. Well, there was a heated debate on this point during the deliberations, because during Black Clad violence, the anti-China elements made threats and engaged in doxing involving the officers handling national security cases as well as their family members. Now, we spoke at length at the Bills Committee on this point because we want to make sure that for officers handling national security cases, including those who are handling the cases or those who have handled the cases before or will be doing so in the future, they will be given the necessary protection. I thank the administration for heeding our views and making some major amendments to Clause 111 so as to address our concerns and offer protection to these officers. So I thank the administration. I'd also like to thank the 15 members of the Bills Committee. Well, day in, day out, we focused on scrutinizing the bill. We also put forward some really constructive comments. I thank Mr. Martin Liao and the Deputy Chair for their leadership so that the Bills Committee could complete scrutiny of the bill with great efficiency. Mr. Gary Chan. Thank you, Chairman. I speak in support of the committee stage amendments to Clause 108. The original reads, public servants to assist in work on safeguarding national security, with emphasis on assist in. So I think this is the crux of this statement, assist in. So how do we make sure that public servants will assist in the work on safeguarding national security? Express provisions should be provided. As we all agree that we have an excellent civil service in Hong Kong, they form the core of this administration, and they are primarily responsible for safeguarding national security. I think clear requirements and directions should be spelled out in this ordinance to make sure that public servants will do their duty and safeguard national security. The original clause reads, must provide all such assistance that is necessary for the work on safeguarding national security. But this statement lacks details. I propose amending this clause such that details can be provided on how a civil servant must provide all such assistance, so on and so forth. Now, the administration has accepted my suggestion. In other words, a public servant must provide, so on and so forth, with reasonable facilitation, support, backing, and protection in a timely manner. That is to say, the public servant should give priority to assisting in the work on safeguarding national security as their primary duties. Now, in the amendment, it is also prescribed that a public servant should provide the necessary manpower and other necessary resources in a timely manner. In another subclause, it is said that the public servant must exercise all powers and discretions that the public servant has, including any power and discretion concerning the giving of any exemption to discharge your obligation under this section. That means the public servant will be made aware of the important role they play in safeguarding national security. This is the top priority. This can help address the issue of unclear delineation of work and perfunctory response to safeguarding national security. So the amendments to Clause 108 have addressed members' concerns. And by moving this amendment, the public servant can safeguard national security in a more effective manner. Chairman, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Secretary for Justice, Secretary for Security, as well as their team. We'd also like to thank the Electoral Secretariat for their hard work so that with great efficiency, we have been able to complete the 40 plus hours of scrutiny. I thank Mr. Martin Liao as chair of the Bills Committee for leading members through this laborious process. This is an arduous but meaningful task. It is of historical significance. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I call upon the Secretary for Security to speak again. Secretary. Chairman, These amendments are moved in relation to the issues raised by members of the Bills Committee. I thank members for their support of the bill, and I also thank them for the invaluable views so that we can further improve this bill on safeguarding national security with greater precision. I note that members who have spoken are in support of the amendments, in particular in relation to the powers given to the CN Council in making subsidiary legislation on the offense of incitement to disaffection, as well as the scope of public servants in the relevant offense. On the offense of espionage, members also fully agree that the definition should be deleted and the term should be understood in the common sense. In relation to the public infrastructure covered under the offense of sabotage endangering national security, members in general welcome the relevant provision which clearly states that public infrastructure should include public transport infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, and infrastructure for financial services in Hong Kong. As for the offense of external interference, it will be renamed as external interference endangering national security. The elements of the offense remain unchanged. On the improper means covered under this offense, I noticed that members support the amendment of the terms mental injury and mental pressure to psychological harm and psychological pressure. Members also agree to the amendments proposed for provisions concerning prohibited organizations. They include those that offer protection to people who take part in the winding up of a prohibited organization for legitimate reasons. Members also agree to the amendments to the Companies Winding Up and Miscellaneous Provisions Ordinance, which deal with the situation in which a member of the company may need to participate in the winding up of the company after it has become an unlawful society. With the amendments, the person concerned would not breach the law merely because he takes part in the winding up in the capacity of a member of the company. Members also agree to the proposed provisions that regulate shadow organizations. On the magistrate's power to adjourn a hearing for a reasonable period, members agree to specify the meaning of a reasonable period in the ordinance. Considering the national security risks absconders may potentially bring, members agreed to delete the requirement that measures can only be taken against absconders 6 months after a warrant of arrest has been issued. There is a majority support from members on this point, and it will stipulate that an application for an Hong Kong SAR passport made by an absconder will be deemed invalid. Meanwhile, in order to protect third parties, members also agree to stipulate that third parties is not to be regarded as having contravened the ordinance by reason only of entering into any contract, agreement, or obligation before the person becomes a relevant absconder, and stipulate that anyone can, in accordance with the laws of Hong Kong, the company's memorandum of association rules, or any other document, to exercise any powers against a relevant absconder. On effectively reflecting the role of the Chief Executive, National Security Committee, and the Chief Secretary for Administration in safeguarding national security, I'd like to reinstate that the amendments have added the following clauses. First, empowering the Chief Executive in Council to make subsidiary legislation for safeguarding national security. And two, if the law of the Hong Kong SAR confers any function on a person, any person in making any decision in the performance of the function must respect and execute the judgments and decisions of the National Security Committee. 3. The Chief Secretary for Administration can give any direction to a person he deems fit in respect of public communication, guidance, supervision, and regulation of the work on safeguarding national security. Members are concerned about the doxing risk for officers on national security cases. Members support a proposed extension of safeguards for officers to non-national security cases when a party to a case also stand accused of national security charges in another case. Members also support the other additional provisions, such as specified court may, on application, take anonymity measures and the offense of breaching the order prohibiting the disclosure of articles. Chairman, The deliberations of this bill and amendments are the result of joint effort of the government and the Legislative Council. This shows once again that with a rational and pragmatic platform for policy discussions, the legislature and the executive can deliver for our country, people, Hong Kong and our people. And we can surely roll out laws and policy measures safeguarding national security and ensuring Hong Kong's prosperity and stability. I reiterate that these amendments have had the Bills Committee's support. And once again, I urge members to support these amendments. I so submit. Thank you, Chairman. We will now vote on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise your hands? Those against, please raise your hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. The committee now deals with the clauses and headings with amendments. Secretary for Security, you may move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you, that is, that the Secretary's amendments be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments passed.
Clauses 3, 6, 12, 15, 19, 28, 32, 38 to 41, 45, and 47. The heading of Part 6. The heading of Division 1 of Part 6. Clauses 50, 53, 56, 59, 60, 72, and 74. The heading of Subdivision 2 of Division 1 of Part 7, Clauses 76, 77, and 80. The heading of Division 2 of Part 7, Clauses 86, 88, 89, 92, 93, 102, 107 to 109, 111, 119, 122, 126, and 158 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clauses and headings as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. This committee now deals with the new clauses. New Clause 19A, Specification of Public Officers. New Clause 29A, Specification of Public Officers. New Clause 63A, Shadow Organizations of Prohibited Organizations. New Clause 106A, Chief Executive in Council may make subsidiary legislation for safeguarding national security. New Clause 107A, Judgments and Decisions of National Security Committee. New Clause 107B, Provision of advice or giving of directions in relation to national security, education, etc. New Clause 113A, Specified court may make application take anonymity measures. New Clause 113B, Offense of contravening order prohibiting disclosure of identity. New Clause 177A, Section 26 amended, disqualification from voting. Secretary for Security, you may move the second reading of the new clauses. Chairman, I move the second reading of the new clauses just read out by the clerk. I propose the question to you that the new clauses read out by the clerk be read a second time. And now put the question to you as stated. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. New clauses 19A, 29A, 63A, 106A, 107A, 107B, 113A, 113B, and 177A. Secretary for Security. Chairman, I move that the new clauses just read out by the clerk be added to the bill. I propose the question to you that the new clauses read out by the clerk be added to the bill. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. In accordance with Rule 58(a) of the Rules of Procedure, this committee now deals with the preamble to the bill. I put the question to you that this be the preamble to the bill. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Safeguarding National Security Bill have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes Secretary for Security. President, I now report to the Council that the Safeguarding National Security Bill has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report, and now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Safeguarding National Security Bill. Secretary for Security. President, I move that the Safeguarding National Security Bill be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Safeguarding National Security Bill be read the third time and do pass. Mr. Ronick Chen. President, on behalf of the 18 other members of G19, I support the passage of the third reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill so that we fulfill the constitutional duty under Article 23. We plug this loophole in our national security. The other 18 members and I are honored to be able to be part of this historic mission. Whatever challenges may come in the future, we will remain steadfast in upholding national security. We will defend this law. Once we have this protective barrier, we will see a more stable business environment. Hong Kong will be a safer place, a more open place, and more inclusive place, so that we can then zero in on the economy and deliver a better life for people. And then we can go from stability to prosperity. Everyone in Hong Kong will be able to go about their lives. I support the passage of the third reading. Mr. Ben Chen. President, legislation for Article 23 of the Basic Law is a constitutional duty of the HKSAR. We have come to this juncture of great historic significance. The DAB hopes that LegCo can pass this Safeguarding National Security Bill so that this can be a significant gift for the upcoming 27th anniversary of Hong Kong's return to our country. Safeguarding national security is the prerequisite for a good life for people in the city. We support this bill so that we can cope with the past, present, and future national security risks and challenges. At the same time, we must improve the legal system and enforcement mechanisms for keeping our country safe. We need to stick to the May 28th decision of the NPC and also the national security law. We need to build up this protective barrier to keep our country safe. President, we need to keep our country safe. Only then we can keep Hong Kong safe. We need to keep our country safe, and only then we can keep our communities safe. On behalf of the DAB, I support the passage of this bill so that Hong Kong can go ahead with the peace of mind to develop its economy and improve people's lives. I so submit. Mr. Andrew Lam. President, I represent the C15 Plus group. We support the passage of this bill so that we can complete our constitutional duty of safeguarding national security. The stronger our protective barrier, the stronger the belief in one country, the better we can leverage the two systems, the greater prosperity we can encourage. As we are going our last mile in this work, I thank the Bills Committee's chairman and the members for driving the work. I thank the government officials and departments for doing their respective jobs. Everyone's doing their best on this legislative exercise. The C15 Plus members and I look forward to voting on this bill so that we can take part in and witness this historic moment. Mrs. Regina Ip, on behalf of the 6 members from the New People's Party, I express my support for the early passage of this bill at the third reading. This is a great demonstration of the practice of one country, two systems. Before 1997, the central authorities gave us room. The central government gave us the opportunity to legislate on our own for Article 23. That shows great accommodation that the central authorities has shown. More than 26 years of delay, we are finally here. We are completing our constitutional duty. Just like other members, I believe once this bill is enacted, we will see greater development. The government will be able to better focus on the economy and improve people's lives. And we will also promote this law as a law that is in line with human rights protections and the international covenants on human rights. This can also show that this law is in line with the rule of law. I so submit. Mr. Peter Shiu. President, on behalf of the Liberal Party, I reiterate the support of the Liberal Party for this bill. Businesses have told me this bill can plug the loophole in national security. This law will also converge with the national security law. We will build a stronger protective barrier and also leverage the unique advantages we have under one country, two systems. The Liberal Party is pleased to see that we have come to the final step of this legislative exercise. We're close to completing the legislation. Then this is a profound moment. With this enactment, we look forward to seeing long-term stability. And then we can have peace of mind and focus on the economy and improve people's lives. We can also contribute to our country's prosperity. Mr. Kingsley Wong. President, on behalf of the FTU, I speak in support of this bill. Back in 2002, the FTU and other groups expressed their support for legislation for national security to fulfill Hong Kong's constitutional duty. 22 years later, this collection of groups supporting the legislation are finally seeing the completion of the job. Different labor groups unanimously support the passage of this bill. This points to the necessity and importance of the bill. More than 98% of the respondents of the public consultation support this bill. Getting this bill through means responding to those popular calls. This bill can help us meet national security risks. We can remove the barriers to our development. We can then focus on the economy and improve people's lives. Everyone can lead a good life in the city. I so submit. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. President, legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law is Hong Kong's constitutional duty. This is also about protecting Hong Kong, ensuring peace and stability in Hong Kong, in our country. This bill is also in line with the rule of law. The bill strikes a proper balance between national security and protection of human rights. We're finally here at the third reading. The BPA supports this bill, and we are most honored to be able to cast a vote of support for this bill. This bill is overdue for more than 20 years, and we're finally at the final step. We are honored to be part of it. And we also have mixed feelings. This is a day to be remembered. I so submit. On behalf of the BPA and businesses we represent, and also the public, we support the passage of this bill at third reading. Ms. Dari Lim. The Safeguarding National Security Bill has gone through the second reading. Members have spoken. We have taken on board the comments, suggestions from all walks of life. We have also seen the government adopt the suggestions. Now we have come to the bill as amended. We have come to the third reading of the bill. I thank the public for their attention to this bill. I thank the government officials and their team for working tirelessly on this bill. I also thank all electrical members, the electrical secretariat, for their work on scrutinizing the bill. With the bill's passage, we are finally completing the constitutional duty to our country, to the people, and we're finally plugging the loophole in national security for more than 20 years, and we can ensure security for our city and for everyone. After this bill is passed, we can work together and focus on the economy and better integrate into our country's development, especially the Greater Bay Area development. We can improve people's lives and contribute to our country's development. And then we can continue to leverage our strength with our country's support and global connectivity, and we have a bright future. With this bill's passage, we are only reaching a new start. We still have to work on national security education. We still have to explain the new law. Everyone needs to play their part. Our officials also need to do their job. We need to tell the outside world about the new law. I support this bill so that we can also work together on completing the constitutional duty.
Does any other member wish to speak? Secretary for Security, would you like to speak? Secretary, please. President, over the past week, the Council held back-to-back meetings to scrutinize the bill. Now, the bill is soon to be read for the third time. As the official in charge, my feelings are mixed. On one hand, I'm thrilled to witness the birth of Article 23, my own flesh and blood, my child. On the other hand, I lament the years of toil and frustration preceding the birth of the bill. We are able to witness the birth of Article 23 today. It is because of the hard work of the government and the Legislative Council. And more importantly, it is because the members of the public understand the importance of the legislation for prosperity in Hong Kong. After the 2019 Colour Revolution, there is a consensus that upholding national security, sovereignty, and development interests is a key to our long-term success. Having witnessed the stabilizing effects brought about by the Hong Kong National Security Law, there is a solid popular opinion that we should engage in legislation for national security. The bill has swiftly proceeded from conception, public consultation, to today's council debate. This is the last step. The credit belongs to the entire team. Before it is put to vote, I would like to thank the leadership of the Chief Executive and the support from central authorities, as well as the entire civil service, as well as the DOJ and the Security Bureau's colleagues who worked tirelessly to draft the law, scrutinize the bill, and explain the bill. That's why we can complete the extraordinary task in time. I also thank the President, Bills Committee's Chairman, BC members, as well as every member. Your invaluable views are very important for the legislation as well as the implementation of the law and our national security work. I have to thank political parties, groups, and friendly bodies outside the Council, which mobilize members to explain the bill to the general public. They also mounted strong rebuttal against groundless smearing and sent a positive message. I thank the general public for supporting the implementation of Article 23, the 528 decision, as well as the Hong Kong NSL. We are fulfilling a constitutional duty. Your support means a lot for us. This will also ensure the steadfast success of one country, two systems. With the passage and coming into effect of the Safeguarding National Security Ordinance, it will complement local legislation and the national security mechanism in forming a complete legal system for safeguarding national security. But that doesn't mean that our work for upholding national security is completed. On the contrary, since resumption of second debate, many members said that after passage of the bill, we have to continue with our publicity and public education work. I fully agree with them. That's why the Secretary for Justice and myself have packed our schedule with a series of explanatory sessions to promote the relevant law to the public. We will continue to provide and update relevant information on the internet and encourage the public to understand the law better. This is important for the smooth implementation of the law. I believe that with a complete set of legal system for safeguarding national security and also a more comprehensive understanding of national security among the public, we can enjoy long-lasting stability. President, I so submit, I implore members to support the third reading of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Thank you. I now propose the question to you. Does the Safeguarding National Security Bill be read the third time and do pass? Mr. Martin Liao claims the division. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes. Members, please return to your seats. Voting begins. Please check your votes. Voting is closed. There being no question, voting is closed. Please display the results. 89 present, 89 for. Unanimous. Carried. I declare the motion passed. Safeguarding National Security Bill. Members, as the President of the Legislative Council, I will not vote in usual circumstances. However, legislation for Article 23 is not just any other piece of legislation. It relates to the national security in Hong Kong. It is of the utmost importance. So at this historical moment, I will vote in favor of the bill together with you. The Safeguarding National Security Ordinance highlights the importance of safeguarding national security by every individual. I've just been informed that after the passage of the bill, in accordance with rules of procedure, 8A, the Chief Executive will attend the Council and speak to members. I'm aware that the Chief Executive is already here. I will invite the Chief Executive to enter the chamber. Please remain standing.
The Chief Executive. Welcome, Chief Executive, to today's Council meeting. Chief Executive will now address the Council. Chief Executive, President of the Legislative Council, members, this is a historic moment for Hong Kong. We've waited for 26 years, 8 months, and 19 days for today. The 6th term of the Hong Kong SAR government and the 7th term of the Legislative Council have jointly completed this historic mission. This is our moment to be proud. We've fulfilled the constitutional duty on Article 23 enactment. We've completed the historic mission. The Safeguarding National Security Bill has been read the 3rd time and been passed. This is the 10th anniversary of President Xi Jinping's holistic view of national security. This year, we completed Article 23 legislation, we've fulfilled our constitutional duty and completed the historic mission. We live up to the country's expectation. I'm going to sign the Safeguarding National Security Bill. This bill will be gazetted on the 23rd of this month. Safeguarding National Security Ordinance will come into effect on the 23rd of March 2024. Safeguarding National Security Ordinance will help us effectively prevent, suppress, and punish acts and activities endangering national security, including infiltration and sabotaging activities by external forces. We can effectively guard against color revolution and also those advocating Hong Kong independence. We will never be afraid of mutual destruction again, and for rioters to hurl petrol bombs and vandalize properties in Hong Kong, endangering the lives of Hong Kong people. From now on, Hong Kong people will never have to experience the pain that we've experienced before. There are 3 principles to safeguarding national security. These principles are set out in the ordinance. First, the highest principle of one country, 2 systems is to safeguard the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of the state, and that human rights and freedoms are safeguarded in accordance with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as well as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights as applied to the Hong Kong SAR. And human rights, including the freedoms of speech, of the press and of publication, the freedoms of association, of assembly, of procession, and of demonstration, safeguarded under the Basic Law. The third principle is that for acts and activities endangering national security, there must be adherence to active prevention in accordance to the rule of law and suppression and punishment according to the law. There are also 3 objectives. That is, we must resolutely, fully, and faithfully implement the policy of one country, 2 systems, under which Hong Kong people administer Hong Kong with a high degree of autonomy. 2, to establish and improve the legal system and enforcement mechanisms for the Hong Kong SAR to safeguard national security. And 3, to prevent, suppress, and punish acts and activities endangering national security according to the law, and to protect the lawful rights and interests of residents of Hong Kong SAR and other people here, to ensure the property and investment in the Hong Kong SAR are protected by the law, and to maintain prosperity and stability of the Hong Kong SAR. There are also 4 features of this ordinance. The Safeguarding National Security Ordinance has high degree of convergence, complementarity, and compatibility with the Hong Kong national security law. Reference has been made to other common law jurisdictions in drawing up the bill. However, we also have regard to actual circumstances in Hong Kong for its implementation. Common sense approach is taken in drafting the bill. It's easy to understand, and we've also repealed obsolete provisions. On the 25th of January this year, at the Chief Executive Interactive Questions and Answers session, I announced the start of the legislative exercise. Immediately afterwards, on the 30th of January, I started the public consultation, which lasted until the 28th of February. The government received 13,000 submissions. 98.6% of them make positive and supportive comments. There is a strong public mandate for Article 23 enactment. I thank the Legislative Council for convening the council meeting for the first and second reading of the bill, as well as the incessant work of the Bills Committee meeting, as well as the support of the House Committee, followed by the resumption of second reading and third reading of the bill today. All these demonstrates the importance of this bill, and that we should enact on Article 23 as early as possible. One day sooner is one day earlier, so that we can fulfill the constitutional duty long awaited for 26 years, 8 months, and 19 days. I'd like to thank Mr. Andrew Leung, President of the Legislative Council, for his understanding of the necessity and urgency of Article 23 enactment. Early meetings and special meetings have been called in order to safeguard national security. At the same time, he made sure that there is due process every morning. According to the president, he would receive messages from a number of members, all discussing matters relating to Article 23 enactment. So to him, the moment he woke up to the moment he turns in, all he thought about was Article 23. He shared the same goal as other members in completing the legislative exercise, and this is motivation for all of us. I also thank members of the Bills Committee, including Chair Mr. Martin Liao, Mr. Gary Chan, Deputy Chair, and as well as 13 other members. They have worked tirelessly for 7 days. They worked from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, and they even deliberated at length on a particular provision. For example, they spent 1 hour and 20 minutes on just one clause. And there are also many clauses which took members more than 30 minutes to go through. The House Committee established a subcommittee on matters relating to Article 23 legislation. And together with the meetings of the subcommittee, 25 meetings have been held, totaling over 50 hours. Members also put forward over 1,000 questions. In the end, the administration proposed 91 amendments. Members have all dedicated their efforts to complete the legislative work with great efficiency. Mr. Martin Liao is chairman of the Bills Committee. As I understand, in order to facilitate the smooth conduct of the Bills Committee's work, he made ample preparations in light of possible matters requiring the chairman's ruling. In the end, no ruling was required because all members did their homework and the chair did not have to rule on anything. All members acted as one, and he feels encouraged by the unity of members. I also thank Ms. Dari Lee, Chair of the House Committee, and all other members for their full support of the administration's proposal for this bill to be tabled in the Council as early as possible. Ms. Dari Lee is an NPC delegate, and in fact, she traveled to and from Beijing twice during the 2 sessions. According to her, it's a very hard to forget experience, but hard to come by. We followed all the established procedures in going through the bill. Members have also been very serious about examining the bill. Members deliberated on a number of matters, including the philosophy of the bill and the details, so on and so forth. They all abide by the objective of completing the legislative exercise as early as possible. So we've done the work with great efficiency and with quality. This bill has been read the 3rd time, and this is the high point of patriotism. We all feel honored to have completed this important mission of safeguarding national security bill. I also thank the government for their contribution in this regard. I also thank the Secretary for Justice as well as the Department of Justice. In particular, I thank Mr. Paul Lam, Secretary for Security, Secretary for Justice, Mr. P.K. Tang, Secretary for Security, as well as other government officials. They've helped in rebutting arguments, and they've also done a lot of explanation to LegCo members with dedication. I remember I called the DOJ's office and the Security Bureau's office a number of times. And by the time we ended the conversation, I took a look at the clock, and it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. And I really appreciate their dedication. They are the heroes, and I feel proud. Finally, I thank all patriots for supporting this bill and for those who support Article 23 enactment so that we can now fulfill his constitutional duty and draw a close to what we've been waiting for 26 years, 8 months, and 19 days, so that we create a new chapter in history. With Article 23 enactment, we can better safeguard national security, so that we, after plugging all loopholes, we can all focus our energy on economic development and improving people's livelihood, so that we can build a better home for all of us. This is a historic moment. We feel proud and encouraged. And this is also a moment in which we turn a new chapter in our history. Thank you. Once again, I thank the Chief Executive for coming to this council and addressing the council in person at this historic moment. Today, we witnessed the joint efforts made by the legislature and the executive, so that we successfully fulfilled the objective of enacting on Article 23 of the Basic Law. I believe, same as everyone here, we are all confident that with passage of the bill, we can have a better future for Hong Kong as well as our country. I now invite the Chief Executive, government officials, and all LegCo members, as well as all government officials and colleagues taking part in this legislative process, to stay behind for a group photo, to be a witness to this historic moment. The next council meeting is scheduled for 11 a.m. tomorrow. The council is now adjourned.
Hey，大家好，我哋而家